Chapter 14:05. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Shua, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Humph, a bunch of clowns. Love, go, small, say, Net Kabai Ningbing coldly snorted. Hey Lulan did not speak, but her heart was filled with emotions. Peacock deity, beautiful camel immortal, and Dong Lai Fong were experts among rank 7 Gu immortals. In southern border, even though they could not compare to old Treeman Bada or Wu Clan's Wuyubo, they could match Wu Iran. That beautiful camel immortal status in western deserts Gu immortal world was equal to Chiao Si Lu and Fairy Miaoyin. But against Fang Yuan, who could fight rank 8s, this strength was not enough. Unknowingly, he has grown to such an extent. Hei Lolan's heart trembled. In fact, her battle prowess had also increased by leaps and bounds. However, ever since she ascended to become an immortal, she had always been hunted down. She rarely had a chance to hold her head high. This time, when the enemy retreated without a fight, he suddenly realized that the strength of his side was actually very strong. The previous encounter was entirely due to the enemy being too strong. If it wasn't the Celestial Court, then it would be the Longevity Heaven or the entire southern border's Righteous Alliance. In fact, as long as they did not encounter a rank 8 Gu immortal, they could move unhindered with their current strength. In the entire Gu immortal world, rank 8 Gu immortals are the rarest. As long as we are clear of the investigative killer move on us, we can go into seclusion and develop silently. With such battle strength as a guarantee, most Gu immortals cannot stop our development. At this thought, Hei Lolan's ambition began to expand again. She had the temperament of an ambitious person and had always been very ambitious. Although she was tightly bound by the Shadow Sex Covenant, it was difficult for her to obediently serve as Fang Yuan's subordinate. All right, we've got everything we need. Let's go, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Fairy Miaoyin surrounded him. The 4 immortals worked together to activate the primordial battlefield omnidirectional travel. Whoosh! Dazzling rays of light shot out in all directions before disappearing without a trace. Fang Yuan and the others looked again, and they were already on an ordinary sand dune. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky, and the sand beneath their feet emitted a scalding heat. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and waves of air steam blew against their faces. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. It was the Translocation Desert. At this moment, the 4 of them had already left him far behind. Right here, we need to rest for a while, Fang Yuan said as he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting out Lady White Rabbit. He was now the leader of the Shadow Sect, and he had first-hand information about the Shadow Sect. Everyone else who was stranded in a foreign land chose to follow Fang Yuan's orders. The 4 Gu immortals flew out, concealing their traces and investigating. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, drilled directly into the desert and dug out a small cave in the soil. This cave was very crude, but Fang Yuan arranged some mortal Gu, forming a Gu formation. Not only did it stabilize the cave, it also provided fresh air. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster now. He could easily set up this mortal Gu formation. It was like a natural instinct. After making some arrangements, Fang Yuan did not waste any precious time. He sat down and closed his eyes. He used every second he had to prepare an immortal killer move. This killer move was called Soaring Fighting Spirits. It was a rather obscure wisdom path killer move. Fang Yuan had obtained it from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. This move had 1 core immortal Gu. It was the rule path rank 7 immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had obtained from the defensive Gu formation around Corpse City. Fight. The other supplementary Gu worms were all mortal Gu, and most of them were wisdom path. After all, it was a rank 7 immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan was short on time, he was not in a rush. He moved step by step in an orderly manner. The goo worms were activated, forming a profound light that shone in the sky of Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As the number of mortal goo increased, the color of the profound light became darker. After reaching the limit, Feng Yuan started to carefully inject red date immortal essence into the fight goo. He did not expend much immortal essence, only 3 beads. The back of the fight goo opened. Its thin wings flapped agilely as it moved its entire body, drawing a bright silver line in the air. This line entered the profound light. Instantly, a dazzling light blossomed. There was a loud bang. The profound light exploded and dissipated rapidly. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed on the spot. Even the battle goo fell to the ground. The killer move's activation failed. The backlash caused Feng Yuan's soul to shake intensely. He was heavily injured. Waves surged in his mind. Countless thoughts collided or self-destructed out of Feng Yuan's control. This reflected in Feng Yuan's senses. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. All sorts of strange or absurd thoughts filled his mind. Thankfully, he was mentally prepared. He endured it. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, the waves in his mind gradually calmed down. Feng Yuan's expression was pale. He let out a breath of air and started to heal his injuries. His physical body's injuries were minimal. His soul was heavily injured, and his mind was also heavily injured. This was not surprising. This was the first time Feng Yuan had activated this immortal killer move. Even though he had simulated it in his mind many times, in reality, it was definitely different from his previous deductions. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash after the activation failed. Furthermore, the backlash was also categorized. Like Feng Yuan's current situation, his physical injuries were not severe. His soul and mind were the ones that were seriously injured. After some healing, Feng Yuan's injuries had basically recovered. Currently, even though Feng Yuan did not have any powerful healing methods, he had enough methods. If his physical body was injured, he had Time Path Immortal Goo Man as before. If his soul was injured, he had Guts Goo. This time, when his mind was injured, Feng Yuan also had many Wisdom Path methods to heal himself. These methods were Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body was not affected by the conflicting Dao marks. The healing effect was quite good. Of course, the injury to the brain could not be cured with just these small methods. There would still be some residual trauma, but it was not a big deal. Feng Yuan did not care about this. He continued to try using immortal killer move soaring fighting spirits. He failed again on the second try, but succeeded on the third try. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a profound light flowed like water. It shrunk from the shape of a cloud to the size of a plate. Go! Feng Yuan willed. This round, profound light flew down and landed on Ing Wuxie's body. Ing Wuxie was still using that pure dream reality seeker physique body, but he had suffered a huge blow. His battle intent was completely gone. He was lying on the ground like a corpse. His eyes were lifeless, and his expression was lifeless. When the profound light landed on his body, it quickly entered Ing Wuxie's mind like water flowing into soil. Not just that, a large portion even seeped into his soul. The entire process was very fast. In just a few breaths of time, the fusion was completed. Ing Wuxie's body shook. Next, his eyes shined with sharp light. Ah! He opened his mouth and screamed before sitting up straight. Damn it, damn it! He clenched his fists tightly. Veins popped up on his arms. His fingers were cracking. The celestial court captured my main body. They cannot be forgiven. I must take back my main body and save it. Even if it is the celestial court, I will destroy it. Ah! Ing Wuxie continued to scream before standing up and roaring at the sky. I want to fight. I need to pull myself together. I was too weak earlier. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, Fang Yuan, you are a complete otherworldly demon. Even Lord Z acknowledges you. I also acknowledge you. In the current world, who can destroy fake goo, you are the only one with this ability. I believe you can definitely lead us to attack the Celestial Court, destroy fake goo, and save my main body. Ing Wuxie's dejection was swept away. He was like a completely different person. Very good. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ing Wuxie's performance had not been in vain. Ing Wuxie's battle strength was rank 7, but he had the killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Even rank 8 Goo Immortals could not defend against it, and Immortal Goo Houses could not defend against it. If he had Ing Wuxie's help during the battle against Wu Yong might have lost his life. Ing Wuxie's renewed fighting spirit not only increased the battle strength of Fang Yuan's side, he could even lead another person. This person was Sixth Hair. Langya Blessed Land, a grade goo refinement hall. Rumble! The earth fire erupted fiercely, emitting a thunderous sound. From the surging earth fire, a figure jumped out. This person had black hair all over his body. He was burly and was coughing continuously. He was in a sorry state. It was the land spirit of Langya. Cough, cough, cough. I failed again. Damn it! If I had used my tribe's heaven and earth natural style, I would have refined the immortal goo long ago. But that Fang Yuan wants to use the human isolation style to refine the immortal goo. Damn it! Isn't he trying to make things difficult for me? The land spirit of Langya was indignant. He mumbled to himself. Right at this time, a voice came from the other side of the door. Sixth Hair requests to meet First Supreme Elder. Sixth Hair, what is it? Facing this hairy man, the land spirit of Langya had an amiable expression. I want to help First Supreme Elder refine goo and raise my refinement path attainment. Sixth Hair replied, his eyes shining with bright light. The land spirit of Langya was most proficient in the hairy man heaven and earth style goo refinement method. But this method could not be used to refine an immortal goo for Fang Yuan, because during the refinement process, this method would attract providence. It could even turn into calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Only the human isolation style had a chance of succeeding in the goo refinement. The land spirit of Langya was not clear about this. In fact, he was not proficient in the human isolation style. He was a hairy man who was righteous. He had always scoffed at the human goo refinement method. He did not care about it at all. After all, in terms of the success rate of goo refinement, the hairy man heaven and earth style was much higher than the human isolation style. The land spirit of Langya was not proficient in this method, but Sixth Hair was. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He was proficient in human methods. But after living in Langya Blessed Land for so many years, he had not shown any ability in this aspect. Until now. Oh, Fang Yuan, since you obtained Ing Wuxie's acknowledgement, then I will reluctantly admit that you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Let me help you. I will refine an immortal goo for you. This was the area where Sixth Hair could help Fang Yuan the most. Even though exposing these abilities would take a risk and make the land spirit of Langya suspicious, Sixth Hair's life would be in danger. But at this moment, he could not care so much anymore. As long as he could help Shadow Sect, it was fine. Chapter 1406. He had long, wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His nose was tall, his lips were chiseled, he had a cold demeanor as he pursed his lips. It was Ing Wuxie's soul. Right now, he had already left the pure, dream reality seeker physique body. His soul was floating in the air. This body! Ing Wuxie frowned as he looked at the ice coffin in front of him. This ice coffin was emitting cold air at all times. It was translucent like a crystal. There was a goo immortal sealed inside. She was petite like a young girl. She wore a carved green dress. There were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears. The pearls seemed to contain water, As they swayed, they emitted green light. Right now, her eyes were shut. She was sealed by Ningbing. Even the thoughts in her mind were frozen. Her life and death were at the mercy of others. This female immortal was none other than the Western Desert female, Gu Immortal, Fairy Chui Bo, who saw that Fang Yuan did not escape in time and was captured by Ningbing. Seeing Ing Wu Xie's hesitation, Fang Yuan urged, "In this situation, how can we find a body that fits your requirements? Let's put up with it, for now." Ing Wu Xie nodded. "Sai, that's all we can do. Let's begin." Fang Yuan waved his right hand. A rank 7 immortal Gu flew out of his palm. This immortal Gu had a unique appearance. It looked like a goose egg. The eggshell was translucent. From the outside, jade green light could be seen inside. At close range, one could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal Gu. This chill was different from the coldness of the ice coffin. The ice coffin's coldness was bone-chilling. And the chill that this immortal Gu emitted would directly affect the human soul. Ing Wu Xie's soul shuddered uncontrollably because of this immortal Gu's appearance. On the other side, Ningbing stood quietly. Her gaze was attracted by this rank 7 immortal Gu. "This is change, soul immortal Gu." Ningbing muttered to herself. Indeed, it was change, soul immortal Gu. This immortal Gu's history was quite complicated. At the start, it was refined by Green, one of the first spectral souls, split souls. He then handed it over to Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao. In order to save her lover Bo Qing, Mo Yao used the soul-swapping technique and swapped his soul with Bo Qing's. Bo Qing's remnant soul was rescued by the Shadow Sect and was hidden in the depths of the earth abyss of the Zhongzhou state. He had been trying to heal himself, but he was too injured to return. In the end, he was captured by the Celestial Court. Mo Yao's remnant soul was left in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, along with change soul immortal Gu and Bo Qing's sword path Gu worms. After that, Fang Yuan entered the bottom of Falling Heavenly River and used Mo Yao's remnant to lure out several immortal Gu. Among them was change soul immortal Gu. But even though Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to refine these immortal Gu, he knew nothing about change soul immortal Gu, until the will of the stars guided Fang Yuan in his dream and taught him a powerful killer move called Soul Swap in Dream. Only then did Fang Yuan learn of this immortal Gu's effect. Fang Yuan used Soul Swap in Dream to occupy Ing Wu Xie's original body at the crucial moment. Then he successfully ambushed Spectral Soul's main body and took away sovereign immortal fetus Gu. One could say that in the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Fang Yuan made a comeback at the crucial moment because of change soul immortal Gu. Now, this immortal Gu was used again. But this time, Fang Yuan was not doing it to deal with Shadow Sect. He was helping Shadow Sect. In fact, he himself had become the leader of Shadow Sect. The mysteries of fate were really hard to predict. Before this, be it Fang Yuan or the Shadow Sect, how could they have expected such a situation? Under Change Soul Immortal Gu's effect, Ing Wu Xie's soul was successfully swapped with Fairy Chui Bo's. "What are you doing? What did you do to me?" After Fairy Chui Bo's soul left the ice coffin, she woke up in fear. But she did not have a body. Her soul screams were just meaningless screams in people's ears. Of course, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. He had soul language Gu worms. They were mortal Gu. He had a lot of them. They were one of Zishan Makoto's inheritances. Fang Yuan snickered as he waved at Fairy Chui Bo's soul. Fairy Chui Bo felt an unstoppable force pulling her entire soul into Fang Yuan's hands. "No!" She screamed in pain. Her voice was so piercing that even Ningbing frowned slightly. At the next moment, she was restrained by Fang Yuan and sent into the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though Fairy Chui Bo's soul was searched by Ningbing and she had no secrets, Gu immortal souls could be used. Dang Hun Mountain was one such method. Gu immortal souls especially human goo immortal souls, had higher cultivation level and deeper soul foundation. When they were destroyed by Danghun Mountain, they would form more guts goo. But now, Fang Yuan had other methods. It was because of Zishan Makoto's inheritance. There were many soul path methods inside. One of them could refine a goo immortal soul into a human form soul beast. The rank 7 fairy Chui, Bo would be an ancient soul beast if she turned into a soul beast. If Fang Yuan refined her into a soul beast, he did not need to use any enslavement path methods to make fairy Chui, Bo listen to him and remain loyal to him. After becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's true gains were in his methods and killer moves. Even though he had many immortal materials and immortal goo, their total value was far from enough. It was just that these experiences and methods required a very long time to transform into real strength. And now, Fang Yuan was facing the pursuit. What he lacked the most was time. Fairy Chui Bo's soul was suppressed. Fang Yuan stored change soul immortal goo. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the ice coffin and let out Fairy Chui Bo. More accurately speaking, it was Ing Wuxia who was in Fairy Chui Bo's body. So cold. Ing Wuxia shivered. His body was covered in frost. Bai Ningbing waved her hand as the frost on Ing Wuxia's body disappeared. Ing Wuxia thanked her as he received the goo worms that Fang Yuan threw over. A large number of mortal goo, immortal goo, and immortal Yuan stone. You want me to use lead soul into dream? Ing Wuxia looked at these goo worms and was surprised. Take them. I know about lead soul into dream. This move is extremely complex. I cannot learn it in a short time. Right now, we are still hit by Celestial Court's investigative killer move. We need your battle strength. Fang Yuan said calmly. Ing Wuxia nodded heavily. His eyes shined as he clenched his fists. Sect leader is right. I will not let you down. Bai Ningbing had a look of surprise in her eyes. Even though Ing Wuxia regained his fighting spirit, his personality seemed to have changed. Fang Yuan nodded, but he knew what was going on. Wisdom path's 3 essences were thought, will, and emotion. Ing Wuxia was originally dispirited. He only regained his fighting spirit. Because of it, it was natural for his personality to change. Sect leader, what do we do now? Tell us. Even if we attack Celestial Court, I will follow behind. Damn it, these righteous path dogs. I will kill every single one of them. As Ing Wuxia spoke, she waved her arms vigorously. She was very excited, to the point that her rather large breasts rose and fell like waves. Fang Yuan pondered. Celestial Court's pursuit is what I am worried about. They are the ones who are most familiar with our information. The goo immortals they send will definitely be so strong that we cannot resist them. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said this. He thought of Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga said that he was chasing an immortal goo related to thieving heaven demon Venerable. He met Fang Yuan and the rest by chance. However, this kind of encounter was too much of a coincidence. Feng Jioga was Celestial Court's backup. It seemed like it, but it did not seem like it. Fang Yuan put himself in their shoes. If I were Celestial Court, I would use all my strength to deal a fatal blow to the remaining members of Shadow Sect. Sending Feng Jioga seems to be a poor arrangement. Fang Yuan could not understand this. The possibility of Celestial Court making a mistake was very small. Celestial Court had dealt with Shadow Sect twice. The first was the Battle of Tian Mountain. The second was the Battle of the Dream Realm. These were both crucial times because Celestial Court made a move, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, Spectral Soul's 100,000-year plan collapsed. Did Celestial Court make a mistake the moment I became the Lord of Celestial Court? No way. There must be something I don't understand. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. At the same time, a person came out of Western Desert's regional wall. He stood tall, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he had a gentle expression and an elegant demeanor. He was very admirable. It was Feng Juga. With such a rank 8 immortal Gu, it is many times easier to pass through the regional wall. Feng Juga looked back as he recalled the previous scene. 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court suddenly appeared and stopped the battle between Feng Juga and Wu Yong. Celestial Court returned the Gu worms of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong was heavily injured. He could only leave while he was ahead. Feng Juga, since you have already made the vow, from now on, go chase after Feng Yuan and the rest of the remaining members of Shadow Sect. I will lend you this rank 8 immortal Gu for now. Even if you meet rank 8 Gu immortals in the future, it will not be so difficult. However, you need to be careful of Feng Yuan. Celestial Court Gu immortals instructed Feng Juga. Feng Juga was puzzled. He asked, "What do you mean?" Celestial Court Gu immortals had a deep gaze. Feng Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. He needs to be killed. But it is far from enough to kill him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable chose Feng Yuan as his pawn. Feng Yuan possesses Spring Autumn Cicada and is the leader of Shadow Sect. He will definitely head to the River of Time to find the Stone Lotus Island and inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance is hidden in the depths of the River of Time. It is extremely secretive. Chase after Feng Yuan. Force him to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Then destroy both Feng Yuan and Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Juga's gaze flickered. He finally understood the deep intentions of Celestial Court. Feng Yuan, Red Lotus True Inheritance. Chapter 1407. The scorching sun rays were like sharp arrows that shot out in unison, illuminating the magnificent desert. In this desert, there were countless sand sculptures standing. These sand sculptures were made of humans and beasts. Some were fighting, some were lying on the ground. They seemed to be on their last breaths. There were large and small sand sculptures, but the smallest one was dozens of feet tall. There were many sand sculptures. They formed a sand sculpture forest. It was a spectacular sight. It was the Myriad Statue Desert. This desert covered a huge area. There were countless sand sculptures. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, there was no one who did not know about it. It had a long history. It was formed during the Olden Antiquity era. It had been passed down for over 1,000,000 years. The formation of this desert also left a heavy mark in the history of the human race. That was during reckless, savage, demon Venerable's era. During the 100 Tribe War, people fought here for 100 days and nights. Blood flowed like a river, almost forming a sea. During that era, transformation path was the main trend. During the 100 Tribe War, humans won a Pyrrhic victory, be it humans or variant humans. A large number of Gu immortals died here. After immortal fetuses were planted, blessed lands were formed, Tao marks spread out and modified the environment. Gradually, this place became the Myriad Statue Desert. Sand gathered on its own, growing like trees, growing by a foot every year, eventually turning into huge sand sculptures. This was the battlefield of the past, where the 100 Tribe War was fought. The world turned dark, and countless lives were lost. Fortune and misfortune came together. Now, this place had become a cultivation sacred land with abundant resources. Every sand sculpture was an immortal material that was filled with transformation path, Tao marks, as long as it was 60 feet tall. The immortal apertures here were already gone. Over 1,000,000 years, these blessed lands were either destroyed by calamities and tribulations or plundered by Gu immortals. But here, there were a vast number of wild Gu worms. There were even wild immortal Gu. Nobody dared to enter this place. The environment here was rich in Tao marks. Mortal Gu masters could not enter easily. To them, the environment itself was filled with danger. And when Western Desert Gu immortals came here, they would often take a detour and avoid this place. The reason they did so was related to one person, Thousand Transformations' ancestor. This rank 8 goo immortal who cultivated transformation path had occupied this place for 1,000 years. No one dared to offend the might of a rank 8. Myriad Statue Desert was Thousand Transformations' ancestors' territory. Any goo immortal who entered without permission would have to be mentally prepared to face the wrath of a rank 8. In the depths of the desert, in the Thousand Statues Palace, in the depths of the hall, in a dark corner, miserable howls of pain resounded. Roar! Thousand Transformations' ancestor raised his head and roared as if he was in great pain, his expression sinister and terrifying. Every roar set off a surging sound wave that spread in all directions. However, every time these sound waves struck the surroundings of the palace, a thin layer of light would appear on the surface of the palace, rapidly absorbing and dissolving the sound waves. They were only separated by a single wall, but it was like two different worlds. Thousand Transformations' ancestors' movements could not be heard at all. Ouch! Intense pain. The unbearable pain continuously assaulted Thousand Transformations' ancestors' body and mind. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he finally couldn't take it anymore, rolling on the ground in pain. If other goo immortals saw this, they would be shocked. What was the reason for Thousand Transformations' ancestor, a rank 8 goo immortal, to suffer such torture to the point where he lost all of his prestige as a rank 8? Clang, clang! More than 10 thick chains bound Thousand Transformations' ancestor's body and limbs. The other ends of the chains were deeply inserted into the surrounding walls. From the looks of it, Thousand Transformations' ancestor was actually imprisoned. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I will go crazy. The intense pain will devour all of my rationality. I will become a lunatic. The first rank 8 myriad tribulation is already so terrifying. How will I deal with the next two? Damn it! Thousand Transformations' ancestors' eyes were filled with a final trace of clarity, struggling. Using this trace of clarity and rationality, Thousand Transformations' ancestor finally made a decision. Immortal killer move, cutting flesh transformation. He activated the killer move. He was extremely familiar with this killer move at the most crucial moment. Even though he was in excruciating pain, the activation did not fail. This was a rank 8 immortal killer move. It had a surging aura. Thousand Transformations' ancestors' entire immortal body expanded rapidly. Like he was inflating, he grew larger and larger. From a lean middle-aged man, he turned into a fat and swollen meatball. The fat Thousand Transformations' ancestor shook his fat. Soon, a series of soft sounds could be heard. Bam, bam, bam. Following this sound, a bump suddenly bulged from the side of his neck. The bump continued to swell like it was inflated with air. It continued to expand. The pain intensified. Thousand Transformations' ancestor grimaced in pain. His face was also swollen. There were almost no slits left in his eyes. GUH. Soon, the meatball on his neck expanded to the size of a basin. It reached its limit and exploded. The meatball exploded. Yellow pus splattered everywhere. A year beast jumped out and landed on the ground. Woof, woof, woof. After this year beast landed on the ground, it barked. It was a dog-year beast. And its aura was not weak. It was a desolate level year beast. After the dog-year beast landed on the ground, Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt a trace of relief. It was like he was originally carrying a mountain on his back, but a huge rock on the mountain was suddenly moved away. Bam, bam, bam. At the next moment, Thousand Transformations' ancestor's entire body was covered in bumps. Bam, 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 bam. In a short period of time, these bumps continued to swell and explode. Pus splattered everywhere, and year beasts jumped out. Chicken, monkey, goat, rabbit, all sorts of year beasts appeared. These year beasts were not only desolate level, there were also a few ancient desolate level year beasts. After hesitating for a while, the year beasts started to work together and attack Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not surprised. Instead, his expression became much more relaxed. His pain was greatly reduced. Although it was still painful, it was at a level that he could endure. Facing the pincer attack of more than 10-year beasts, Thousand Transformations' ancestor snorted coldly, with a thought. Clang, clang. With a series of loud noises, thick iron chains shot out from the surrounding walls like bolts of lightning. Then, with lightning speed, the chains wrapped around the year beasts in the palace. No matter how the year beasts struggled, they were firmly bound and suppressed. Thousand Transformations' ancestor let out a breath of turbid air, finally recovered. He grabbed with his hand the closest snake year beast was in front of him. He used his method to observe it. This snake year beast hissed and hissed. It wanted to bite Thousand Transformations' ancestor's face, but it was restrained. It could not succeed. A moment later, Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression did not change, but his heart shook. I've already used all my means, but this snake-shaped year beast is still hostile towards me. It seems like it wants to grind my bones into dust. My cutting flesh transformation is one of the immortal killer moves in Reckless Savage's true inheritance, suicide transformation. Every time I use it, the life forms that are split from my immortal body, regardless of their form, can be controlled by me freely, because they are a part of my body to begin with. But now, these year beasts are clearly separated from my body, but they are not under my control. No matter what methods I use, they are useless. Such a powerful myriad tribulation. Cold sweat dripped down Thousand Transformations' ancestor's forehead. He recalled the scene of his tribulation half a month ago. He still felt lingering fear. Rank 8 Gu immortals had to go through 3 myriad tribulations. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was going through the first myriad tribulation. If not for this immortal Gu house left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, I would not have been able to pass the first myriad tribulation. Even if I pass it now, I will have residual injuries. I can only use cutting flesh transformation to cut my losses. Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to resist it and find other ways to resolve it, but after half a month he reached his limit. He could not take it anymore. With no other choice, he could only use the flesh-cutting transformation to abandon a part of his immortal body and transfer the injuries on his body to the flesh that he had abandoned. This time, he encountered a time path myriad tribulation. The remaining injuries on his body were all time path down marks. Thousand Transformations' ancestor used cutting flesh transformation to discard these time path down marks. This way, this cutting flesh transformation turned into year beasts, and because they were filled with providence, after these year beasts formed, they were not under Thousand Transformations' ancestors' control. They became his mortal enemies. Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt great heartache. What he had done was too great a loss. Not to mention how the myriad tribulation dealt a destructive blow to his immortal aperture. The Tao marks that were discarded by cutting flesh transformation were not just time path Tao marks. There were also Thousand Transformations' ancestors' own transformation path Tao marks. The loss of these Tao marks was huge. Thousand Transformations' ancestor calculated silently. After passing the myriad tribulation, not only did he not gain any Tao marks, he even suffered a huge loss in terms of Tao marks. This means that after I pass the tribulation, I am worse off than before. Thinking of this, the Thousand Transformations' ancestor's heart, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness. He sighed deeply, filled with helplessness. There was no helping it. His cultivation had advanced bravely, and when facing the myriad tribulation, he delayed it for a long time. When he could not delay it any longer, he underwent the tribulation. Even though he passed the myriad tribulation, Thousand Transformations Ancestors Foundation did not increase at all. His Tao marks were even weaker than before. I was wrong. 1,000 years ago, I relied on this reckless, savage, true inheritance. I thought I would be invincible. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, I charged through them and advanced bravely. But the myriad tribulation is a completely different concept. I underestimated the power of the myriad tribulation. Over these years, I have unknowingly become arrogant. This heavy injury was a blessing and a curse. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was able to cultivate to rank 8. He naturally had his outstanding points. He pondered over this painful experience and reflected deeply on himself. Chapter 14:08. What? Thousand Transformations Ancestor heard this and felt a surge of anger. Even though he had many concubines, among them, the one he doted on the most was his third concubine, Fairy Chuebo. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, who did not know this? Fairy Chuebo was in trouble. Now, if it was done by someone, then these Gu immortals were simply looking down on Thousand Transformations Ancestor. There were two main possibilities. The first was that the Gu immortal who attacked had a strong backer. He was also a rank 8 great expert. He was not afraid of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The other possibility was that the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance was too valuable. People's hearts were moved by the wealth. They had killing intent and acted rashly. I'll endure it. Thousand Transformations Ancestor breathed in deeply, suppressing his anger. In his current situation, he could not leave. The lumps on his body were still moving. Year beasts were growing. He needed to heal himself. If he left forcefully and met other rank 8s, his situation might be exposed. I occupied Myriad Statue Desert. Everyone in the Gu immortal world knows that I inherited reckless savages' true inheritance. If I expose the fact that I am weak, it might attract some people's attention. Forget it. I will endure it for now. I will let Hong Yun investigate the situation first. Thinking of this, Thousand Transformations Ancestor transmitted to the door. Hong Yun set off immediately, find Chui Bo, and save her. The female immortal outside was terrified. Lord Husband, Hong Yun, do not have enough battle strength. My safety is a small matter, but if I interfere with your plan, I will die 1,000 times over. No matter. I will give you a rank 8 immortal Gu. I will leave behind a portion of my will and immortal essence to protect you. Go ahead. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had just said that when the door opened slightly, a lump of wool flew out. It was a rank 8 immortal Gu and a lot of immortal essence. The female immortal Hong Yun was overjoyed. She bowed 3 times. I understand. Thousand Transformations Ancestor waved for Hong Yun to leave, focusing on himself again. Even though he doted on Fairy Chui Bo, he was more concerned about himself. Looking at the increasing number of year beasts in this hall, Thousand Transformations Ancestors' brows furrowed deeper. These year beasts are either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Unfortunately, it's filled with providence and is my enemy. I can't make use of it at all. Instead of killing them and gathering materials on the spot, I might as well sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was also helpless. The myriad tribulation, this time, had almost drained him dry. Right now, his immortal aperture was in a mess. His own condition was the same. His battle strength had fallen. He was worse than before the tribulation. What was even more infuriating was that even though he had passed through the myriad tribulation, he only suffered losses in terms of Tao marks and had no gains. Goo immortal cultivation is getting harder and harder. Even if I have the reckless savage's true inheritance, if I encounter the myriad tribulation, I will still die 9 out of 10 times. No wonder in the long history of humanity there have only been 10 rank 9 goo immortals who emerged from the ranks. Sigh. 1,000 transformations ancestor sighed deeply, placing a desolate level year beast into his immortal aperture. Using his immortal aperture, he sent this year beast into jewel yellow skies. Any goods that entered jewel yellow skies would emit a treasure light. 1,000 transformations ancestor's desolate level year beast was not a genuine one. It was a transformation of his body formed from providence and time path Tao marks. But after entering the treasure yellow heaven, it immediately emitted an intense and surging treasure light. This layer of treasure light attracted the attention of many goo immortals. Some were the wills left behind by the goo immortals, others were the divine senses of the goo immortals that were communicating with jewel yellow skies. How are you selling this year beast? Soon, a goo immortal's divine sense came to him. 1,000 transformations ancestor smiled, replying, "No hurry, no hurry." Next, he placed many year beasts into jewel yellow skies. Year beasts were rare. After all, they were fierce beasts that lived in the river of time. Be it the 5 regions or the 2 heavens, they were rarely seen. As for entering the river of time, the difficulty was even higher than entering the black and white heavens. Usually, only rank 8 great experts who had converted to time path could enter it freely. Now that 1,000 transformations ancestor took out so many year beasts, and they were not ordinary year beasts, they were either desolate level or ancient desolate level. This caused a commotion in jewel yellow skies. A goo immortal great expert is selling a large number of year beasts. Let's go take a look. These year beasts are all of high quality. It is truly shocking. It is hard to imagine that someone is raising so many year beasts. This seller must be a time path great expert. The goo immortals conversed and made their guesses. 1,000 transformations ancestor was quite satisfied. The commotion he created was already spreading. More and more goo immortals would soon pay attention to this place. These year beasts are all pure natural beasts. From start to finish, I did not use any enslavement methods on them. Take a look. 1,000 transformations ancestor announced. The goo immortals roughly inspected. It was indeed so. They asked for the price. No hurry, no hurry. 1,000 transformations ancestor was just making an excuse. He was waiting. These year beasts were not true wild beasts. They were formed from his immortal body combined with the power of the myriad tribulation. There was a difference between them and true natural year beasts. Normal year beasts could be enslaved, but these year beasts which fill providence could not be enslaved. Even if there was someone who could do this, they would definitely be at the almighty level and possess extraordinary methods. Thus, 1,000 transformations ancestor had to sell these year beasts in the shortest time possible. This transaction could not be done for long. After a long time, everyone would discover the flaws and announce it to the public. Then, this business would suffer a huge blow. It would be best if there is a buyer who can directly offer a high price and buy these year beasts. 1,000 transformations ancestor was scheming in his mind. The potential targets he wanted to sell were those super forces or rank 8 goo immortals. More and more year beasts were placed in jewel yellow skies by 1,000 transformations ancestor. The goo immortals gasped. They thought this was a huge transaction. The scale of year beasts was so huge, it was rare in the last 50,000 years. Seeing that more and more people were paying attention, 1,000 transformations ancestor announced, "I dislike trouble. I will sell to whoever buys the most. The price will be calculated according to the treasure light of each year beast. I will not cheat anyone." Once he said this, The lone cultivators and secluded immortals started to complain, but there were also many people who stood out, asking or discussing the price. These people were either rank 8, great experts, or representatives of superforces. Thousand Transformations' ancestor discussed with these people. His mental state gradually calmed down. At this rate, after selling the year beasts, he would make a huge profit. Maybe he could make up for his losses from the tribulation. Fong Joga was flying in the sky. The sky was clear. There were no clouds in it. Looking down, one could see that the sand dunes were undulating, the lines were smooth and smooth. What made Fong Joga even more comfortable was that this desert was not dead. There were plants growing here. Some were immortal guidance, some were arrow shrubs, some were white tooth flowers. They brought a lot of vitality to the desert. These were all common plants in Western Desert. Immortal guidance was similar to a cactus. It had needle-like leaves on the surface. Immortal guidance was in the shape of a person's palm, but some had a fist, some had an index finger, some had a pinky, and some had a middle finger. The directions of the fingers were also north, south, up, down, left, right, and so on. Arrow shrubs were the most common shrubs in Western Desert. Its branches were thin and hard. The most common ones were 10 feet tall. Some especially tall ones could reach 20 to 30 feet. They were taller than buildings. In the arrow shrubs, there were often sandworms and even wild goo worms. As for white tooth flowers, they were like sunflowers. They were the size of basins. They faced the sun and absorbed sunlight. There were orange-yellow petals on the periphery of the flower. At the center of the flower, there was a row of white teeth. They were closely arranged. Under the reflection of sunlight, there was a layer of pearl-like light. Fong Joga was not in the mood to appreciate these unique Western desert sceneries. His main focus was on something not far ahead. Close Fong Yuan, and the rest should be nearby. Fong Joga began to dive down. Soon, his altitude rapidly decreased, and he landed on the scorching desert. His speed of descent was very fast, but from start to finish there was no sound, not even a single wave was formed. Fong Joga's gaze swept around. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He had a discovery. There is an illusion formation here. This illusion formation could not be broken, although it was only a mortal formation. If it was broken, it would alert the enemy. Fong Joga thought about it. He found that this illusion formation did not isolate the air inside and outside. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew over. Fong Joga stretched out his hand, grabbing towards the front. He actually caught the wind sound in his hand. Next, his hand slowly tightened. An immortal killer move was secretly activated, his aura concealed to the extreme. In the end, Fong Joga opened his fist, clenched the sound of wind in his palm, and lightly patted it on his chest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After that, the sound of wind coiled around his entire body. It was natural, and it was no different from before. Under the influence of this gust of wind, he easily moved, passing through the illusion formation and arriving inside the goo formation. His vision changed. A huge sand whirlpool directly occupied Fong Joga's entire vision. Rumbling sounds engulfed his ears, making Fong Joga feel like he was beside a huge waterfall. The dust that rose up was like the water vapor of the waterfall. The entire sand whirlpool covered an area of over 100 square kilometers. It was a grand sight. Fong Joga quickly looked around. He did not find Fong Yuan and the rest. His gaze landed on the center of the sand whirlpool. There was a pitch-black, bottomless hole there. After inspecting it, Fong Joga did not hesitate. He got up and flew into the hole. The walls of the cave were made up of spiraling sand. Fong Joga flew all the way down. The entrance of the sand whirlpool was very wide for a single person like Fong Joga. Entering deep into the sand hole, Fong Joga soon found himself in deep darkness. Fong Joga could not see, but it did not matter. He had many investigative methods. They were quite exquisite. This bit of darkness could not stump him. There is time path Aura here. Fong Joga's heart jumped. He knew he had come to the right place. There might be a tributary of the River of Time here. Fong Yuan had to follow the tributary of the River of Time to enter the River of Time and find Red Lotus True Inheritance. Chapter 1409. The August event, the character illustration contest, and voting have come to an end. Now, some postcards have been made. Not only are there character illustrations on them, there is also a poem and my signature. These postcards will be given to some readers in the near future, mainly to my old friends who have been with me for many years. Thank you for staying by my side all these years, in the days of the monthly updates, in the time of guessing the plot's direction, in the time of voting for me, in every meticulously written review, in every doujinshi work, in every poem created by fans. We have always been together. This is a kind of fate. Not long ago, I saw a review. This has been written for many years. Why did it take so long? It has been a long time, 4 to 5 years. Why did it take so long? Why did we accompany each other for so long? Most of the time, there are no flowers or applause. Most of the time, we were silent, just traveling together. We are ridiculed, misunderstood, scolded, and reported. 4 to 5 years, when we look back, we have changed a lot, we have grown a lot, we have experienced a lot. We have shelved our youth here. We have gathered our feelings here. Thank you, dear friends. QQ group, Tieba group, WeChat, there will be people in charge of communication. At that time, we will ask for your ID, phone number, and address. After all, we need to send out postcards. Qijian, I am personally in charge of it. The alliance leader must have won a set of 3. The sect leader and elders also have 1, 2, and 1 respectively, randomly distributed. I hope that readers in the above range can use Qijian's backend and send me a private message. If you want, send me your address, phone number, and Qijian ID. The address only needs to be enough for you to receive the postcard. The name does not need to be your real name, as long as the gift can be sent to you. But you need to specify your Qijian ID in the private message. Don't post in Qijian's review and comment section to prevent your personal information from being leaked. This event is to thank you for your feedback. It is purely to thank you and does not involve any profit. Because this is all paid out of my own pocket, my personal energy and financial resources are limited, I hope everyone can forgive me for any inadequacies. Gu Daoist Master Bows, and thanks here. For the readers, there is another way to get a postcard as a gift. It was to participate in the building snatching activity in Gu Daoist Tieba. For those who didn't get any gifts, don't worry, because in the next few months, there will be more activities waiting for you. Finally, thank you all for your support over the years. Venerable Gu thanks with tears in his eyes. Note, Gu Master QQ, Gu Master VIP Group 250906315, full subscription verified. Gu Master's White Sky Group 3369363326, Gu Master's Black Sky Group 497266624. The original 5 regions equivalent group would be removed at the end of this month. In the future, he would only keep these 3 groups so that it would be more convenient for him to do activities. Gu Immortal's WeChat public account. There are 2. One is Immortal Gu, the other is Author Immortal Gu. They are both me, Daoist Gu's Baidu Tieba. Please search for Daoist Gu's Tieba. There's a building snatching activity, giving out detailed photos and pasting them to the top of the post. There's a photo of the detailed photos in the post, which I took myself. Privately, they felt that the real thing was more beautiful than the photos. Chapter 1410. The the center of the sand whirlpool, was a deep tunnel. It seemed to go deep into the ground. The deeper Feng Jioge went, the denser the time path aura became. Suddenly, in the deep darkness, a bright light shone. In the darkness, this bright light was very eye-catching. It was shining with a brass luster. A wild mortal Gu. Feng Jioge flew closer and found that this was a rank 3-day Gu. Day Gu was like a shell. It was the size of a baby's palm. The round shell had 2 fish-like fins on both sides. The fins flapped as it moved its small shell-like body in the darkness. Compared to year beasts, Day Gu was very common. It could be found anywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. What made Feng Jioge concerned was that the river of time was filled with a vast number of Day Gu, month Gu, and year Gu. There were wild Day Gu here. Would it be like what Feng Jioge guessed? There was a tributary of the river of time. A tributary of the river of time was a common but rare cultivation resource. It was common because Gu immortals had a tributary of the river of time in their immortal apertures. It allowed time to flow in the immortal aperture world. It was rare because in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, naturally formed tributaries of the river of time were few in number, but the scale was huge, far surpassing the tributaries of the river of time in the immortal aperture. Once they appeared, superforces would fight over them. If lone immortals found them, they would try to hide them and occupy them, making a huge fortune. Time Path Gu worms were not only needed by Time Path Gu masters and Gu immortals, they were also widely used in Gu refinement. For example, this Day Gu, rank 3-day, Gu contained 3 days of time. If one had the corresponding refinement path methods, they could use this rank 3-day Gu to shorten the Gu refinement time by 3 days. There were also time path lifespan extension methods, using Day Gu, month Gu, year Gu, and others to extend one's lifespan. Of course, these lifespan extension methods had a flaw. They would carve time path Dao marks on the body. If there were too many of these Dao marks, lifespan Gu could not be used in the future. But lifespan Gu was hard to find. If one did not have lifespan Gu and their lifespan was at its limit, could they not use this method? If there's a tributary of the river of time here, it must have been discovered by the Shadow Sect and hidden here. Feng Jioge continued to venture deeper. Soon, he saw more and more wild time path Gu worms. Day Gu, month Gu, year Gu, and so on. A patch of pale splendor appeared on Feng Jioge's path. This patch of light was the size of a bed. It was like a patch of water, quietly fluctuating without any signs of life. Feng Jioge cautiously slowed down his pace. This was the splendor of time. It was a change in the weather. It was like the wind in the desert, the fog in the mountains, and the rain in the sky. The splendor of time was also a natural phenomenon. Any life form that entered the modeled time would be affected. Time will speeding up aging. Or if it slowed down, the world would develop rapidly in his eyes. Be it fast or slow, his lifespan would be reduced more or less. Feng Jioge did not dare to try it. He slowed down and went around it. After leaving this patch of modeled time, Feng Jioge let out a breath of turbid air. He was even more certain that there was a tributary of the river of time here. The celestial quartz Gu immortals had told him that Red Lotus True Inheritance was hidden in the Stone Lotus Island. If Feng Yuan wanted to inherit it, he would have to enter the river of time. And the most reliable way to enter the river of time was to find a tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time was like an entrance. It had to be large enough for him to enter and exit easily. Thus, the tributary of the river of time in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture was not enough. Only the tributary of the river of time in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, which had the same time flow as the river of time, could allow Gu immortals to enter and exit. More and more splendor of time appeared in Feng Jioge's vision. The deeper he went, the larger the dark passageway became. At first, there were only 1 or 2 time path mortal goo, but as the numbers increased at the deepest part, goo groups appeared. Each group had 100 goo. The time path aura became denser. Fong Joga could even hear the sound of flowing water. Finally, a slender ray of light appeared in his field of vision. As Fong Joga got closer, this line of light expanded in his vision, gradually turning into the shape of a river, a tributary of the river of time. Fong Joga's heart shook. There was indeed a tributary of the river of time here. But where are Fong Yuan and the rest? Just as Fong Joga was thinking about this, a huge figure suddenly leaped out from a nearby patch of mottled light and pounced directly at him. Fong Joga quickly dodged. A bright light flashed in his eyes. An immortal killer move was instantly activated. Sound Path's silence triumphed over sound. Fong Joga cultivated Sound Path. He was determined to create 9 songs to sing about all living beings in the world. Right now, he had created 7 songs. Separation Song was one of them. But other than these 7 songs, he had other Sound Path methods. Sound Path Killer Moves Silence Triumphed Over Sound was one of them. Fong Joga had been working hard on it. He was extremely familiar with it. Once he activated it, he succeeded. He punched and palmed, attacking the shadow from afar. This was also a killer move. The fist was the drum fist, the palm was the bell palm. It was the content of Spirit Affinity House's 3 Sounds True Inheritance. In the 3 Sounds True Inheritance, other than drum fist and bell palm, there was another killer move called Whistle Finger. Fong Joga did not learn it. He only practiced what he was interested in to make up for his lack of methods. That huge shadow monster screamed from Fong Joga's attacks. But strangely, as soon as its cry left its mouth, it disappeared without a trace. Every strike of Fong Joga's drum fist could produce a drumming sound, and every strike of his bell palm could produce a bell chime. But at this moment, it was completely silent. Soon, Fong Joga gained the upper hand. His attacks became fiercer. That sneak-attacking monster was beaten into a daze, unable to retaliate. Fong Joga also saw clearly that it was a year beast that attacked him. A monkey year beast, and it was only an ordinary desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. If it were an ancient desolate beast, it would not be suppressed so easily. Fong Joga squinted. In the River of Time, there were not only wild time path goo worms, but also large numbers of wild beasts and plants. Year beasts were rare in the 5 regions, but in the River of Time, they were very common. But was this desolate level year beast arranged by Fong Yuan and the rest, or was it a pure wild beast year beast? Fong Joga thought about this question in his mind. The result of this question would determine whether Fong Yuan had found his traces or not. Year beast. Fong Yuan watched the battle while communicating with jewel yellow skies with his divine sense. In jewel yellow skies, there were actually people openly selling year beasts. Such transactions were very rare. Fong Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. These year beasts were either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. If he could purchase them and control them, they would be a huge force. Don't forget that he had 180 slaves' immortal killer move. By then, using these year beasts and 180 slaves, Fong Yuan would be able to enslave immemorial year beasts. Even though he lost the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, if he could control immemorial year beasts, Fong Yuan's side would gain another rank 8 battle strength. But what made Fong Yuan troubled was that the seller wanted to make a huge deal. Fong Yuan also wanted to devour these year beasts, but he was not the only one interested. His greatest disadvantage was that he did not have much funds. If he wanted to buy so many year beasts, it would be best if he sold the desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles that he had bought earlier. Of course, Fong Yuan could also sell immortal goo, but he did not want to do that unless he had no other choice. during the Battle of the Dream Realm. Feng Yuan had to do this to survive. But now was not the time of life and death. Thousand Transformations ancestor was making his choice. He received a lot of offers, but only 3 of them really moved him. One directly sold immortal Yuan stone. A vast amount of immortal Yuan stone. It was hard to imagine that someone had such a huge amount of immortal Yuan stone. Even Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked. The second was willing to pay many immortal materials of all kinds. What moved Thousand Transformations ancestor was that among these immortal materials, there were many transformation path immortal materials. The third was also very sincere. He wanted to use eagle beasts of equal quality to exchange for year beasts. Thousand Transformations ancestor was currently cultivating a type of eagle transformation, so this buyer was very suitable for him. Just as the Thousand Transformations ancestor was hesitating, one of the 3 sellers suddenly called out another high price. They are willing to pay immortal goo. Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked and joyful. He did not hesitate and agreed to this transaction. All the year beasts were sold to a goo immortal. The transaction was completed quickly, be it the buyer's huge capital or appetite or Thousand Transformations ancestor's speed of decision. They were both shocking. Western desert, inside the sand tunnel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey year beast screamed in agony, but its screams were turned into nothingness by Feng Jioga's killer move. In this silent slaughter, the monkey-shaped Nian was finally no match for Feng Jioga and was brutally slaughtered. Feng Jioga inspected it and confirmed that this monkey-year beast was a wild, desolate beast. He kept it in his immortal aperture as his spoils of war. The entire battle only lasted for a short while. Feng Jioga clearly did not use his true strength. He easily killed a desolate level year beast. He did not rest. He continued to move towards the tributary of the River of Time. As he got closer, this tributary of the River of Time was becoming clearer in his eyes. River water flowed. The ripples were sparkling as it quietly flowed in the darkness. Roar, roar. Suddenly, several year beasts flew out of the tributary of the River of Time, pouncing towards Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was slightly shocked. I was discovered. Just now, he had sensed the aura of an immortal killer move. The year beasts that came were very strong. There were 5 desolate level year beasts and 3 ancient year beasts. Feng Jioga snorted coldly. His surging battle intent almost overflowed. Since he was discovered, he did not have to fight with his hands tied anymore. Come out, Feng Yuan! Feng Jioga shouted, but at the next moment, his pupils shrunk, because there were still year beasts charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. At once, the number of year beasts increased to more than 10. Moreover, even more year beasts were charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 14:11. Large numbers of year beasts, chickens, goats, monkeys, dogs, pigs, horses, tigers, and rabbits pounced at Feng Jioga with their claws and teeth, or roaring. Feng Jioga was soon surrounded, but he was skilled and bold. His expression did not change. His eyes were filled with calmness. Come at me, he shouted. His body shook as he activated an immortal killer move. Ding, ding, dong, dong. A series of crisp and melodious sounds came from the battlefield. It was as if countless jade pearls of different sizes were landing on a jade plate. Immortal killer move, green jade song. The year beasts inside were injured one after another. Their bodies were corroded by the song and turned into pieces of green jade. The year beasts' ferocious attacks were immediately stopped, but soon 8 ancient year beasts charged out from the year beast group. Dragons, snakes, tigers, and bulls attacked Feng Jioga from 4 directions. Feng Jioga snorted coldly. The sound waves on his body expanded rapidly. With him as the center, a jade-green sound wave spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 ancient year beasts were struck by the sound wave and were sent flying back to where they came from. Before they could even land on the ground, they had all completely turned into jade statues. Then they suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of jade of different sizes. They had lost their lives. What a powerful green jade song. The Shadow Sect immortals who were hiding were shocked at this sight. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He knew some information. Back then, he had obtained information about the battle between Qin Baisheng and Feng Jioge through Zishan Makoto's temporary inheritance. Feng Jioge's green jade song is several times stronger than in the Battle of Luopa Valley. It seems that he has improved greatly. Green jade song is secondary. If he uses submission song, I'm afraid half of the year beasts here will turn against me. But even so, Fang Yuan laughed internally. In his right palm, there was a ball of water. This ball of water emitted a faint dark light. At first glance, it looked like water from the river of time. But in fact, it was a rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. Indeed, this immortal goo obtained from Heifan's true inheritance had been sealed all along. But at this moment, Fang Yuan had already removed the seal and taken it out to use. Immortal killer move, Year Beast Summoning. It was the same name, but the Nian Beast Summon that Fang Yuan used was completely different from before. Because this time, Fang Yuan was not using Year Goo. He was using rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water. The contents of Heifan's true inheritance were very comprehensive. There was Year Beast Summoning that used Year Goo as the core, and also Year Beast Summoning that used Years Flow like Water Immortal Goo as the core. Ordinary Nian Beast Summoning could only summon one Nian Beast. And now, the Nian Beast summoned Fang Yuan had summoned an army of Nians. Immortal killer move, submission song. Sure enough, in the following battle, Feng Jioge used this extremely effective killer move. Everyone was silent. The song could not be heard. It resounded in every Goo Immortal's and every Year Beast's mind. The Year Beast army fell into chaos. Because many Year Beasts sided with Feng Jioge, they started to fight against their former comrades. Submission song covered Wisdom Path, Enslavement Path, Sound Path, and Soul Path. It affected people's hearts. It was an inspiration that Feng Jioge obtained from Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword during his battle with Qin Baisheng. Many desolate-level Year Beasts and ancient Year Beasts changed sides, temporarily listening to Feng Jioge. There was a huge change in the battle situation. Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit, who were watching the battle, gasped. However, Fang Yuan was still very calm. He was still activating the Immortal Killer Move Year Beast Summoning. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Years Flow like water could be used even by rank 6 Goo Immortals. And this Immortal Killer Move Year Beast Summoning, Fang Yuan not only had experience in using it, he had also tried to use it in his past cultivation. It was for the day when he would have to use Years Flow like water in battle. If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Fang Yuan's vigilant nature and his early preparations finally allowed him to gain a lot at this moment. His expression was calm and unperturbed. Year Beast Summoning will continue to summon Year Beasts. I want to see how many your submission song can control. At a certain stage, even immemorial Year Beasts will respond to the summon and be attracted. Year Beast Summoning was a time path method. It had the effect of Enslavement Path. And Enslavement Path was most proficient in battles of attrition. Feng Jioge was a huge enemy. Fang Yuan did not expect to get rid of him in a short period of time. Furthermore, Feng Jioge had the Celestial Court behind him. There might be other rank 8 Goo Immortals lurking around. Because of these two reasons, Fang Yuan chose to conceal himself and used the Year Beasts to attack. Year Beasts charged out of the tributary of the River of Time. Summoned by Feng Yuan's killer move, they attacked Feng Zhoga. Soon, the number of year beasts in this battlefield exceeded 100. Most of the year beasts formed a circle firmly surrounding Feng Zhoga. Feng Zhoga relied on submission song to control the year beasts, using them to suppress them. He formed a circular defensive line in the encirclement. Both sides fell into a deadlock. This scene was clearly seen by Fairy Myrtle. She was in Central Continent's Celestial Court, but using her investigative killer move and star constellation chessboard, she could clearly observe the entire battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with deep thought. Killing Feng Yuan and obtaining or destroying Red Lotus True Inheritance was her current main mission. She had already made the arrangements. Feng Zhoga was only one of the links. Although the battle was in a deadlock, Fairy Myrtle knew that Feng Zhoga had not used his full strength. Even if he used all his methods, he still had a rank 8 immortal goo that Celestial Court had lent him. Right now, everything is under my control. Fairy Myrtle willed. The scene on Star Constellation chessboard changed to another battle. 2 Celestial Court goo immortals were fighting with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was naturally the one that escaped Feng Yuan's control and flew away. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain. It was already injured. It did not have an immortal goo. Even though it was an immemorial desolate beast, it was still too forceful against 2 rank 8 Celestial Court goo immortals. The situation was very disadvantageous to it. Feng Yuan has already planted a tracking method on this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we capture it, we will be able to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Of course, right now, Feng Yuan and the rest have my investigative killer move on them. The main reason for capturing the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is to prevent Feng Yuan from regaining control of this immemorial desolate beast in the future. Fairy Myrtle calculated in her mind. Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was not part of fate to begin with. He was the greatest variable in the world. Now that he had Giant Sun's true inheritance, the otherworldly demon, and luck path, the variables were stacked on top of each other. After Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Feng Yuan was definitely the biggest threat to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could not use its full strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Firstly, Feng Yuan had strong luck. If too many people went to find trouble with him, it would be a blessing in disguise. Only people with similarly strong luck could prevent Feng Yuan's luck path advantage from showing its effect. This was one of the reasons why Fairy Myrtle specially arranged for Feng Zhoga to deal with Feng Yuan. Secondly, Celestial Court itself needed to expand. The Great Era was coming. The regional walls of the 5 regions would melt, and the 5 regions would become one. Without geographical obstacles, goo immortals would be able to move freely. It would definitely cause chaos. In this unprecedented chaotic battle, Celestial Court's position was very awkward because it was surrounded by southern border, northern plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert. Central Continent was the battlefield of 4 wars. It was connected to the other 4 regions. Once chaos broke out, Central Continent would face huge pressure. It might even fall into a troublesome situation. Thus, Celestial Court had to conserve its strength. At the same time, the will of the stars had also instructed Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle that she needed more rank 8 goo immortals to hibernate in the future. Although Fairy Myrtle did not know the intention of this arrangement, she believed in the will of the stars, and Duke Long, Lady Ziwei, there is great news. At this time, a Celestial Court goo immortal sent a letter goo to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately knew that this person was the recently recruited Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, Yuan Xiong, due ever since the Battle of the Dream Realm. Fairy Myrtle had promoted several goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to become members of Celestial Court. the two celestial court Gu immortals who instructed Feng Joga and attacked the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle also had such status. As for this Yuan Xiongdu, because he cultivated Path, Fairy Myrtle had given him the important task of repairing Fate Gu. What good news? Fairy Myrtle asked. Not long ago, I bought a large batch of year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies. The seller might not know, but these year beasts are different from ordinary year beasts. They are all over Providence. I can use these year beasts as immortal materials to repair Fate Immortal Gu. Not only can I save time, I can also use Providence to speed up the effects of each repair. Yuan Xiongdu said, excitedly. Very good. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also shined. Continue to work hard. Yes, Lady Ziwei. This was truly great news. Fairy Myrtle was very happy. This way, Fate Gu's recovery can be accelerated until all of its injuries are healed. Moreover, Spectral Soul's main body was captured and suppressed. Once this news spreads, it will shake the world and shock everyone. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was filled with admiration and respect towards Duke Long. It was Duke Long's wise decisions and attacks that created the huge advantage that Celestial Court had right now. If the 5 regions started a chaotic war, Central Continent would definitely take the lead in the early stages. However, there was only one crucial factor that would decide the outcome of this chaotic war. That was Great Dream, Immortal Venerable, Western Desert. Feng Yuan was at a crucial moment. Immortal Gu Fight was activated. Around it were a large number of supplementary Gu worms. Immortal Killer Move. Enslavement after victorious battle. After the killer move was activated, Feng Yuan's gaze became extremely sharp as he looked at the year beasts in front of him. Strength Path giant hands flew out one after another, defeating these year beasts. The defeated year beasts soon stopped escaping. Under the influence of enslavement, after victorious battle, they became Feng Yuan slaves, surrounding Feng Yuan. Chapter 14:12. Under the effect of the immortal killer move enslavement after victorious battle, any life form that was defeated by Feng Yuan would have a high chance of submitting to Feng Yuan and being enslaved by Feng Yuan. The core of this move was the rank 7 immortal Gu Feng Yuan had just obtained, Duel, with the help of all kinds of Wisdom Path Gu worms. This Rule Path Immortal Gu started to display its unique value. Enslavement after victorious battle was created by Immortal Zombie De Li. Immortal Zombie De Li was one of the second-generation split souls of Spectral Soul's main body. He was called Martial Dual Heavenly King. He cultivated Strength Path and Wisdom Path. He had the great strength, true martial physique. After the first-generation split soul, Zishan Makoto turned into a purple gold rock. He inherited the position of Shadow Sect's leader. However, later on, a mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus insignia on his forehead came to find him. After an intense battle, he lost and was suppressed by the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. This was the origin of enslavement after victorious battle. This was an outstanding killer move that contained the profundities of Strength Path and Wisdom Path. After Feng Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he learned of the contents of this killer move. Of course, he was not familiar with enslavement after victorious battle. This was his first time using it. However, unlike other moves, this move only needed Feng Yuan to activate it in advance, and it was not difficult to maintain it. Feng Yuan could not use most immortal killer moves in battle because he was not familiar with them. If he used them wrongly, he would be shooting himself in the foot. But at this moment, Feng Yuan had the initiative. He set up an ambush for the Celestial Court's pursuers. Thus, he had ample time to prepare. After failing several times, he succeeded in activating enslavement after victorious battle. Next, Feng Yuan maintained enslavement after victorious battle while using year beast summoning a large group of year beasts in this tributary of the River of Time. But even though the year beasts were huge, year beast summoning still had a flaw. That was, the year beasts would not work for Fang Yuan to the death. Once their injuries were severe or the enemy was strong, they would take the initiative to retreat. This was different from summoning soul beasts, spectral soul demon, venerable created soul beast summoning. Any soul beast could fight to the death for the Gu immortal. They would disregard their own safety. Year beast summoning was created by He Fan after all. Even though He Fan was a time path great expert, he paled in comparison to spectral soul demon venerable. Of course, even so, they couldn't ignore how powerful the year beast summoning was. All in all, this move was very practical. With the rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water as the core, the Gu immortal could summon a year beast army. Against enemies, they could often form a strong encirclement, unless they met a special rank 7 expert like Feng Joga or a rank 8 Gu immortal. But in the Gu immortal world, how many rank 8 great experts and people like Feng Joga were there? Pa, strength path giant handprints flew everywhere, causing the retreating Nian beast will to fall to the ground. These year beasts were affected by year beast summoning and fought with Feng Joga. But after suffering at Feng Joga's hands, they wanted to retreat. They wanted to use the tributary of the River of Time to leave this place. But Fang Yuan had already blocked their path of retreat. He used strength path giant handprints and slammed the year beasts to the ground. Most of these year beasts were subdued by enslaved battle, becoming Fang Yuan's slaves. But there was also a portion that resisted. Towards these stubborn resistance, Fang Yuan's response was to continue using strength path giant handprints. Pa. After a few slaps, very few year beasts refused to submit. After all, these year beasts were not in perfect condition. They were already injured by Feng Joga's attacks. More and more year beasts were subdued by Fang Yuan. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and kept these year beasts into the sovereign immortal aperture. There were also some year beast corpses. These unlucky fellows were usually heavily injured. They could not control the strength of Fang Yuan's strength path giant handprints and were smashed to death. Even though they died, these were rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Fang Yuan did not let them go. On the battlefield, the year beasts were mostly killed by Feng Joga. Fang Yuan used year beast summoning again, summoning another batch of year beasts. Next, he stayed in the Gu formation's concealment and used Feng Joga's strength to capture these year beasts. A moment later, there were 70 to 80 year beasts in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Most of them were desolate level year beasts, while a small portion were ancient year beasts. At this rate, I might be able to gather hundreds of year beasts. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he could not buy those year beasts from jewel yellow skies, he managed to capture many by himself. But with my soul foundation, I can only enslave over 100 year beasts. Fang Yuan estimated. Even though his soul foundation was strong, he still had a large number of eagle beasts under his control. Maybe I should sell these eagle beasts. Fang Yuan was hesitating when his scalp turned numb, his body tensed up. A strong and ancient aura rose from the tributary of the River of Time behind him, an immemorial year beast. It was attracted by my year's flow like water immortal Gu. Fang Yuan realized. Fang Yuan did not put year's flow like water immortal Gu into the sovereign immortal aperture, so the immemorial year beast was attracted by the immortal Gu's aura and came here through the tributary of the River of Time. Sensing the immemorial year beast's aura, the year beasts on the battlefield went berserk. They became very courageous. Feng Joga felt immense pressure, especially when he used submission song to control those year beasts. The difficulty of enslaving them also increased greatly. Rumble! A huge tiger claw suddenly burst out of the tributary of the River of Time. As the River of Time surged in the sky, the tiger claw attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was prepared. He kept the year beasts and the shadow sect immortals in his immortal aperture. When the tiger claw attacked, he was already sent flying. The huge tiger claw smashed down like a hill. The small formation that Fang Yuan had set up meticulously was destroyed by the tiger claw. Roar! The tiger-shaped immemorial year beast's attack had missed, and it also felt that this wonderful delicacy, years flow like water, was getting further and further away from it. It suddenly roared, and a thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Swish, swish, swish. Waves surged in the tributary of the river of time. The tiger, immemorial, desolate beast was unwilling to give up. It tried to drill out of this tributary of the river of time. But it was clear that it was too huge. Its foundation was too strong. The entrance of the tributary of the river of time was too small. But it did not matter. The tiger claw slammed everywhere. The tiger, immemorial year beast tried to expand this tributary of the river of time. The tributary of the river of time's water level rose rapidly. Its size expanded rapidly. This excellent time path resource point was already destroyed. Even though the tributary of light had expanded by several times in a short period of time, it had already lost its original balance. After some time, this tributary of the river of time would completely return to the main river. Of course, this was nothing to the immemorial year beast. It did not care about it. Feng Zhouge saw Fang Yuan charging over. His eyes shined with bright light. He was already prepared for battle. Fang Yuan was blocked by Feng Zhouge in front of him and chased by the immemorial year beast behind him. He seemed to be in a dangerous situation. But the truth was he had a smile on his face. He was very confident. He did not even use reverse flow protection seal. He activated rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water again. Fang Yuan also has a rank 8 immortal Gu. Feng Zhouge's pupils shrunk, but he was not very shocked. Since Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect, it was normal for him to have such an inheritance. I wanted to see the Celestial Court's pursuers all die in one go, but only Feng Zhouge came. Humph! Fang Yuan sneered. Years flow like water. Immortal Gu started to shine, with pure white light in his hand. The radiance illuminated the surroundings, illuminating the originally pitch-black tunnel. In the light, a huge Gu formation started to activate. Feng Zhouge realized that he was already inside the Gu formation. It was just that this huge Gu formation had not activated earlier. It was hidden very well and fused perfectly with the environment. Rank 8 years flow like water was the core of this Gu formation. Under its influence, the Gu formation started to activate. Feng Zhouge was on full alert, but the Gu formation's power was not targeted at him. Rumble! Like a dam that had been accumulating for many years, suddenly releasing water, the tributary of the river of time turned into a raging river in a few breaths of time. It turned out that this Gu formation's true target was this tributary of the river of time itself. Feng Zhouge subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, this tributary of the river of time crazily flowed, as if it had turned into the main river of time. The river water surged, creating huge waves that covered the sky. The huge waves directly engulfed Fang Yuan before sweeping towards Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge naturally wanted to retreat. There were many Nian beasts, but with his graceful and agile movements, they were unable to obstruct him in the slightest. However, the surging of the river of time was not something ordinary people could comprehend. So fast, Feng Zhouge was dazed. He found that the waves of the river of time had already reached his head. The river of time was a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Where it flowed to, there was no concept of speed, only time. The river of time could spread for millions of li in an instant, or it could take thousands of years to cover an inch of land. I can't dodge it. Fong Jioga instantly understood this. He immediately activated his defensive methods to protect himself. Rumble! The sound of surging waves could be heard. Fong Jioga's body was engulfed by the huge waves, vanishing in an instant, and Fong Yuan's figure emerged from the river of time under the effect of the Gu formation. Flood discharge formation. Break. Fong Yuan shouted inwardly. The entire Gu formation crumbled. Without the Gu formation's guidance, the tributary of the river of time was pulled back by the main river. This was because of the flood discharge earlier. The size of this tributary of the river of time had already surpassed the standard. The main river of time would not allow a tributary of this size to be separated. This was no longer the power of the Gu formation. It was heaven and earth itself, the supreme power of the river of time itself. Rumble! With a loud sound, Fong Jioga was swept into the main river by the flood of time. Even the tiger-shaped, immemorial, desolate beast that wanted to charge out felt like it was hit by a huge rock. It was stuck in the main river. After a few breaths of time, the tributary of the river of time vanished, only leaving behind a large area of rippling light. It was silent. The year beasts on the battlefield were also swept back into the river of time. Chapter 14:13. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. In the A Group Gu Refinement Hall, the Gu refinement that had been going on for several months had reached its most crucial moment. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of a refinement path super Gu formation. He was staring at the blazing fire inside the Gu formation. This fire was icy blue in color. It was not hot at all. It was cold instead. Even the super Gu formation could not completely isolate the power of this intense ice fire. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of the Gu formation. His eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of eerie blue frost. But he did not care. He was concentrating on the fire. More accurately speaking, it was the profound ice at the center of the fire. The Xian ice was constantly melting and being regenerated. The initial profound ice had sharp edges, but now that it was personally refined by Land Spirit of Langya, its edges had already been smoothed out. It had a sense of roundness. 5 strands of Fandor wind. Land Spirit of Langya suddenly said. His assistant was the hairy man Gu, Immortal Sixth Hair. He heard this and quickly took action using a special method from the immortal material storage. He took out 5 strands of Fandor wind. This Fandor wind was a rank 7 immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep mountains or forests. It was not in the sky of great swamp. It was on the door of a mortal's house. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortal's door could not close. It could only open and close continuously. This strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of Gu masters a long time ago. Gu immortals took action to collect it. But at the start, Gu immortals could not use an immortal material like Fandor wind. They did not understand it. But now they were familiar with the method. They could make full use of it. The 5 strands of Fandor wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by Land Spirit of Langya. Soon, the 5 strands of wind revolved around the profound ice. It was as if 5 hands were sculpting jade. It intensified the changes in the profound ice. Oh no! Good times did not last long. Land Spirit of Langya's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in shock. Sixth Hair's heart jumped. He quickly looked over. The ice flame was suddenly extinguished, and the Xian ice shattered. Even the 5 wisps of wind from the fan door vanished into thin air. Ah, I failed again. The Land Spirit of Langya stomped his feet and roared, looking extremely flustered and exasperated. Sixth Hair sighed deeply. What a pity! He had really reached the last few steps. But he failed. The previous few months of hard work had all gone down the drain, all for naught. If I had used the hairy man heaven-earth style, this would not have happened. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. Sixth Hair hurriedly reminded. But First Grand Elder, according to the sect's rules, since Elder Fong Yuan spent a lot of contribution points to issue this mission, we have to follow his requirements. Sigh. This Fong Yuan's brain was muddled. Why was he thinking of using human goo refinement methods? Is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? The failure of the goo refinement made the land spirit of Langya's mood very bad. Sixth Hair hurriedly put in a good word for Fong Yuan. Elder Fong Yuan has always been mysterious. Although I don't get along with him, and I usually don't like him, he's a very good person. However, this time, he seemed to have used all his capital, spending a huge amount of sect contribution points to refine the immortal goo. He wanted to refine 3 immortal goo. If they deliberately wanted to embarrass First Supreme Elder, they wouldn't have to pay such a huge price, right? Hi, I'm just saying it casually. The land spirit of Langya hung his head dejectedly and waved his hand. Let's take a break first. This was the 5th failure. Moreover, Fong Yuan doesn't have enough sect contribution points. Contact him and tell him the result of the goo refinement. If he wants to refine it again, he needs to have enough sect contribution points. Yes, Sixth Hair replied. Fong Yuan was like a sharp arrow flying in the sky. He was not in the mood to appreciate the vast beauty of the desert. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about the fight with Fong Joga. The tributary of the River of Time in the Sand Whirlpool was a secret cultivation resource of the Shadow Sect. It was recorded on the Shadow Sect's map. Before Zishan Makoto died, he specially told me in his will to go to the River of Time as soon as possible and contact spectral souls will in the ghost face Red Lotus. Although Fong Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance and had a large number of killer moves, immortal goo recipes, secrets, and so on, but he had only inherited more than half of the entire wealth of the Shadow Sect, and the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time contained spectral souls which controlled almost all of the Shadow Sect's cultivation content. It even had a portion of spectral soul demon Venerable's true inheritance. The Shadow Sect had existed for 100,000 years. When spectral soul demon Venerable was alive, he rampaged through the world and slaughtered all living beings, causing them to fall silent. Although the entire Shadow Sect no longer existed, the cultivation content it had was unimaginably vast and abundant. For example, immortal goo houses. Currently, Fong Yuan only had the complete construction content of 12 immortal goo houses. But in fact, Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect definitely had more than 12. The rest of the cultivation content required Fong Yuan to go to the ghost face Red Lotus and receive it personally. And the Red Lotus true inheritance is also in the River of Time. I have Spring Autumn Cicada. It is the key to the true inheritance. Fong Yuan was definitely going to the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time in the outside world of the 5 regions was his entrance. Although Fong Yuan lost one to eliminate the pursuers of the Celestial Court, it was not a problem in the records of the Shadow Sect. There were still 5 to 6 tributaries of the River of Time. However, currently, in Western Desert, the Shadow Sect only has 1 tributary of the River of Time left. To be safe, I will go to those 2 resource points first. Without absolute confidence, I will not go there. Fong Yuan made up his mind. He was in Western Desert now. Western Desert was connected to Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border. But Fong Yuan could not go to these 3 regions. Central Continent had the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They were forbidden areas for Fong Yuan. Northern Plains Longevity, Heaven, had issued a warrant for Fong Yuan's arrest. Southern Border's Righteous Path, Goo Immortals, had even attacked the Shadow Sect not long ago. Western Desert was the best hiding spot. As for Eastern Sea, the Shadow Sect only had the location of one tributary of the River of Time. But unfortunately, this tributary of the River of Time had already been taken away by Miao Mingshun. Speaking of which, this was Fang Yuan's fault, because after Fang Yuan discovered it, he informed Miao Mingshun's group. Once, to understand the situation, Zishan Makoto used the tributary of the River of Time to go to the Ghost Face Red Lotus. When he was in Eastern Sea, he could not find that tributary of the River of Time. He could only go to southern border to get his wish. My biggest problem now is that I have an investigative killer move. My location is exposed to the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. At the same time, without Dark Limit Immortal Goo, Providence is also plotting to kill me. Most importantly, I lack Immortal Goo. I have countless killer moves, but I lack the core Immortal Goo. With the core Immortal Goo, I can get rid of the investigative killer move and deceive Providence again. While he was thinking, Fang Yuan received Sixth Hair's letter. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into this letter Goo. The content made him frown. The Goo refinement had failed again. Damn it! Even though he framed Feng Jioga, Celestial Court would not only send him to kill him. Celestial Court definitely had a backup plan. It was just a matter of time. This wisdom path Immortal Goo, self-love Immortal Goo, it is quite difficult to refine it to rank 7. I have participated in the recent Goo refinements. Land Spirit of Langya did my best. I did not do it half-heartedly. Sixth Hair said. Fang Yuan did not doubt his words. Land Spirit of Langya was pure and honest. Fang Yuan believed in it. It was normal that he could not refine it. After all, it was a rank 7 Immortal Goo. The success rate was low. But this self-love Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan had to refine it. And it had to be fast. With it, Fang Yuan could use a killer move from Zishan Makoto's inheritance to get rid of the investigative killer move on him. This was completely possible. Fang Yuan had full confidence in it. Refine, I have to continue refining. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will not hesitate. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, making up his mind. It was extremely easy for him to obtain Langya sect contribution points now, because Zishan Makoto's inheritance was extremely plentiful. But I cannot remain indifferent anymore. This time, I succeeded in framing Feng Jioga because I caught him off guard and used the rank 8 Immortal Goo years flow like water. This is information that Celestial Court cannot obtain for now. Now that this trump card has been exposed, I need to hurry. It seems that it is time to use that method. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. He replied, This time, I will ask Sixth Hair to take charge of the Goo refinement, while Land Spirit of Langya acts as an assistant. Sixth Hair received Fang Yuan's letter Goo, and when he saw the contents, he could not help but feel surprised. He knew that his Goo refinement standard was inferior to Land Spirit of Langya, and Land Spirit of Langya did not cheat. But why did Fang Yuan want him to take charge of the Goo refinement? In the River of Time, the rumbling sound of water could be heard endlessly. Feng Jioga was swept into the river by the surging waves. This is the River of Time? He tried to stabilize his body. He immediately felt the incomparable power of time path corroding his immortal body. Strong. Incomparably strong. Feng Jioga's immortal body's defense was also quite impressive. But in this short instant, he felt that he was being rejected by the surrounding environment. Feng Jioga knew clearly that this was because his body was full of sound path Dao marks. They were incompatible with the time path Dao marks here. As expected of the River of Time, I need to leave as soon as possible. Feng Jioga wanted to leave, but when he looked back, the tributary of the River of Time had already been destroyed. Only a thin layer of the multicolor of time was left. This layer of multicolor was huge, but to Feng Jioga it was no longer an exit. This is troublesome. I am not a time path Goo immortal. I cannot leave with just the multicolor of time. What should I do? Just as he was hesitating, Feng Jioga's ears suddenly exploded. A tiger's roar resounded. A huge tiger year beast emerged from the bottom of the river. With a loud sound, the river water splashed everywhere. Feng Jioga's pupils shrunk to pin size compared to this tiger year beast. His body was like a mosquito beside an old bull. An immemorial year beast. Chapter 14:14. Ding ding dong dong. Feng Jioge was giving it his all at this moment, as the melodious and crisp sounds rang out incessantly. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. The song covered hundreds of steps. The immemorial tiger year beast's claws were dyed in a jade color. But its claws were too huge. They still attacked. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth, quickly dodging. At the crucial moment, he almost brushed past the year beast's claws. Even if he was not hit, the terrifying shockwaves caused by the claw still crashed into Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was like a broken kite. He was sent flying. Guh! He was thrown high, drawing an arc in the river of time as he spat out a mouthful of blood. No, my battle strength is greatly suppressed here. The river of time is filled with time path Dao marks. It is the place with the most time path Dao marks in the world. The Dao marks conflict, my sound path killer move's effect, is less than 10% of its original effect. Feng Jioge endured the pain, activating a killer move to heal his injuries. In the outside world, healing methods that were almost unstoppable were barely satisfactory here. Not just healing methods. Even Feng Jioge's movement killer move became slower. His Emerald Jade Song was extremely powerful, but after the tiger year was injured with just a slight tremble, the thin layer of emerald jade on the tiger's claw was completely shattered. It was obvious that the effect of the Emerald Jade Song had been weakened to the lowest point. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level. The reason why he had rank 8 battle strength was because his sound path Dao marks were on par with rank 8 Gu Immortals. But after he was plotted against by Feng Yuan and got dragged into the river of time, his greatest advantage became his greatest weakness. Compared to the time path Dao marks here, the sound path Dao marks were too lacking in quantity. This was also why Feng Yuan was very confident that Feng Jioge would die in the river of time. The immemorial tiger year stuck out its bright red tongue and licked the wound on its right claw. Then its eyes revealed a fierce glint as it once again charged at Feng Jioge. It was strong to begin with. It grew up in the river of time. Its time path Dao marks complemented the river of time. It had an obvious home ground advantage. There were no rank 9 year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were the overlords of year beasts. The tiger's roar resounded, and the wind and waves surged to the sky. The enormous tiger-like Nian leaped forward and launched a ferocious attack at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge parried with all his might, but soon he was injured again. He was at a complete disadvantage and had no hope of winning. The only way to survive was to find a tributary of the river of time and retreat. But this hope was also very slim, because it wasn't easy to encounter a tributary of the river of time. Even if they ran into a tributary, it might not be as big as this one, allowing Feng Jioge to escape. Feng Jioge was a sound path Gu Immortal. He was not a time path Gu Immortal. He did not have any special methods to escape the river of time. Am I going to die here? Such a thought flashed through Feng Jioge's mind. But at this time, a female immortal's voice resounded in his ears. Use that rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu life armor? Feng Jioge hesitated. The celestial quartz Gu Immortal gave him this immortal Gu to protect his life. This was a rank 8 defensive immortal Gu. But Feng Jioge had his doubts about this. Why? He didn't have any shortcomings in defense. Even when facing Wu Yong, his defense could hold up for a period of time. Rather than lending this immortal Gu to him, the celestial court might as well lend him other immortal goo to attack or move. After all, Fong Joga was inferior in terms of movement, and his 7 great songs, even though they were powerful, were killer moves. It was not as efficient as using a rank 8 immortal goo to attack. After Fong Joga received this immortal goo, he tried to activate it. Life Armor Goo's effect was very strong, but the immortal essence absorption rate was also very shocking. Even a person like Fong Joga could not endure it. If I want to delay time, I should use my defensive methods to endure and heal myself. If I use Life Armor Immortal Goo, my immortal essence might not even last 50 breaths of time. Fong Joga calculated rapidly in his mind. At this time, the immemorial year beast roared. It was already in front of him. Fong Joga gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he chose to listen to the mysterious female voice. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Life Armor at once. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended intensely. A thin layer of light armor appeared on Fong Joga's body. But it was this layer of light armor that remained unmoved under the ferocious attacks of the primordial year beast, protecting Fong Joga. Even though Fong Joga was not injured under the immemorial year beast's fierce attacks, he could not avoid falling into the river of time. Once he fell into the river, the boundless water of the river of time pressed and washed at Fong Joga from all directions. But Life Armor's performance was outstanding. It did not budge. Only some small cracks appeared on the surface. This was already very impressive. After all, it was only a rank 8 immortal goo, and in a secluded domain of heaven and earth like the river of time, the Tao marks were often on par with rank 9 immortal goo. The immemorial year beast moved along the river and chased after Fong Joga again. Fong Joga thought to himself, how bitter! He struggled with all his might. He wanted to fly up and leave the river of time. But the immemorial year beast had a lot of intelligence. It did not let Fong Joga achieve his goal. Fong Joga was obstructed in the river. Not only was he toyed with by the immemorial year beast, he was also being pushed away by the water of the river of time. The situation was getting worse for Fong Joga. He had already lost the initiative. If this continued, his immortal essence would be used up, and it would be time for him, Fong Joga, to die. Could it be that I made the wrong choice? That female voice was just a trap? Just as Fong Joga was feeling puzzled, a tornado-like stream of water suddenly swept over and wrapped around him. Fong Joga was caught off guard. He was about to struggle when a voice could be heard. Don't struggle, Fong Joga. I am a goo immortal of Celestial Court. I am here to help you. You can call me Lord Huang Shi. Saying so, the tornado-like flow of water expanded to dozens of times its original size. Countless bubbles gushed out, obstructing the immemorial year beast's vision. Fong Joga did not dare to deactivate Fate Armor, but he allowed himself to move along with the force of the tornado-like flow of water, flying towards the sky above the river of time. There, a yellow-clothed bald goo immortal was already waiting for him. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. In front of her, Star Constellation chessboard was clearly displaying the scene of Fong Joga being saved. The voice that reminded Fong Joga at the crucial moment was naturally Fairy Myrtle. The true use of rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo was to give Lord Huang Shi a clear clue, allowing him to find Fong Joga quickly and accurately. The River of Time was very hard to enter. It was much harder for Goo Immortals to enter than Black Heaven or White Heaven, because rank 8 Goo Immortals were rare to begin with, and Time Path rank 8 Goo Immortals were only a small portion of rank 8 Goo Immortals. But even so, the huge Celestial Court definitely had rank 8 Time Path Goo Immortals. Lord Huang Shi was a part of Fairy Myrtle's plan. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan was to let Fong Joga force Fong Yuan to enter the River of Time and search for Red Lotus True Inheritance. At this time, the Time Path Rank 8 grade expert, Lord Huangshe, would take action and kill him. But Fairy Myrtle did not expect Feng Yuan to give up a tributary of the River of Time and set up a trap, almost taking Feng Zhouge's life. Feng Yuan, this otherworldly demon, is truly crafty. But after this battle, the foundation of He Fan's true inheritance is more or less revealed. Even though he gave up a tributary of the River of Time and used it as a trap, it made me even more certain of my earlier guess that Feng Yuan will definitely enter the River of Time and take away Red Lotus' true inheritance. With Feng Yuan's vigilance, it seems that he has at least one tributary of the River of Time's location in Western Desert. No matter. My investigative killer move is still here. Feng Yuan's location is still exposed. Feng Zhouge managed to survive. Fairy Myrtle activated Star Constellation chessboard again, letting her see the other battle. Feng Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle was already heavily injured. It was flying in black heaven. Two newly advanced celestial court goo immortals were chasing it. They had some injuries, but they were light. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle was strong against two rank 8 goo immortals who had countless immortal killer moves and could coordinate with each other, it could not beat them. Sensing the threat of death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's survival instincts drove it to fly into black heaven, trying to shake off the enemies behind it. Unfortunately, its actions were already within the expectations of the two great enemies. Bam! A killer move struck the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle screeched in pain. It almost fell down, but soon it flapped its wings and tried to climb back up. Eagle blood spewed out, drawing a long line of blood in black heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts had strong self-healing abilities, but the celestial court goo immortals' killer moves were clearly extraordinary. The outcome is set. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle was still struggling, the battle situation was clear. The two celestial court goo immortals could not fail, especially when one of them used an immortal killer move to keep himself behind the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The faster the upper extreme heavenly eagle flew, the faster he became. Wherever the upper extreme heavenly eagle flew, he could follow it effortlessly. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle had intelligence, how could it be smarter than humans? Even human goo immortals could not break immortal killer moves in battle. The two celestial court goo immortals were worried about the upper extreme heavenly eagle's fierce counterattack. On the other hand, they wanted to capture this upper extreme heavenly eagle alive, so they continued to bleed it and weaken its battle strength. The upper extreme heavenly eagle seemed to sense its gloomy fate, but it did not give up. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Passing through black heaven, it arrived in white heaven. The heavenly wind chi wall was not an obstruction to it, but it was different for the celestial court goo immortals. It was not easy for the two celestial court goo immortals to pass through celestial court's chi wall, but they were prepared. How could Fairy Myrtle not be worthy of their immortal goo house? Stay here, I will chase it and prevent the upper extreme heavenly eagle from flying back. The two goo immortals cooperated seamlessly, sealing off any possibility of the upper extreme heavenly eagle escaping. Chapter 14:15. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Western Desert. Love, go, small, say, net, kunite shrouded the sky. Stars shine brightly. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was huge. The day was extremely hot, while the night was bone-chilling cold. Feng Yuan landed lightly on a nameless sand dune. After flying for half a night, I have not seen any pursuers from Celestial Court. Could it be that Feng Zhouge is really the only one chasing after me? Feng Yuan's heart was filled with doubts. Forget it, let's not care about this. Fang Yuan calmed himself down. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out He Lulan by Ningbing and the rest. Next, Ing Wuxie and I will use our killer moves. Our battle strength will fall. I will leave our safety to you. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, and He Lulan. The four immortals received the orders and dispersed, starting to patrol their own areas. Fang Yuan set up an immortal gu formation. With precaution immortal gu as the core, the original version of the gu formation was a mortal gu formation in Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. It was not hard for him to modify a mortal gu formation. After adding precaution immortal gu, the defensive strength of this gu formation could not be underestimated. Of course, there were many flaws and weaknesses. They were only used for emergencies. In Zishan Makoto's inheritance, there were 4 immortal gu formations. The strongest was the Purple Blood River formation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked the immortal gu needed for these gu formations. He could not set them up successfully. If he modified the gu formation and used a vast number of mortal gu worms to replace the missing immortal gu, he would need at least 2 to 3 days to deduce it. Because of all these factors, Fang Yuan set up this gu formation. This gu formation was more or less enough. It was mainly used to defend against enemies' sneak attacks. And most importantly, Fang Yuan needed to make full use of his time. Celestial Court did not send any pursuers. This made Fang Yuan even more worried. The gu formation closed, creating a simple temporary space. The gu formation space was very simple. It could not compare to the palaces in southern borders' super gu formation. The space was white. Only Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxie were present. Sect leader, let me do it. For Shadow Sect. For the great cause. I will do my best. Ing Wuxie was full of fighting spirit. Fang Yuan nodded. Then you go first. Ing Wuxie sat down and started instilling his immortal essence. After preparing for a while, his aura suddenly shook. Immortal killer move burning soul-bursting luck was successfully activated. In an instant, Ing Wuxie's karmic luck suddenly increased by several times. At the same time, he felt dizzy and drowsy. Burning soul-bursting luck was a killer move that expended the foundation of the soul to temporarily increase the luck of the gu immortal. Thus, the activation of the killer move not only meant that Ing Wuxie's luck rose sharply, it also meant that his soul was extremely weak. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan directly took out Guts Gu. During the cultivation process, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to storing Guts Gu on himself in case of any mishaps. His cautiousness had provided him with a lot of help, and now it was reflected on Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie quickly recovered. He was no longer in a daze, but his face was still pale. Even though his soul was healthy, his soul path Dao marks were reduced by a lot. Burning soul-bursting luck technique would permanently reduce soul path Dao marks. Moreover, this killer move had a requirement on the number of soul path Dao marks. To activate it successfully, a certain amount of soul path Dao marks had to be expended. Precisely because of this, on Fang Yuan's side, only he and Ing Wuxie had the qualifications to activate this killer move. The others might have high battle strength, but their soul foundation was very weak. Everyone had their own specialties. No one could cultivate so many paths like Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan could cultivate so many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, and also because he used dream realms to raise his attainment levels in many paths. After Ing Wuxie's activation, it was Fang Yuan's turn. This burning soul-bursting luck killer move used Soul Path Immortal Gu Soul Howl. With Ing Wuxie's guidance, even though it was Fang Yuan's first time using it, he succeeded after 2 failures. Rumble. At once, Fang Yuan had auditory hallucinations. He seemed to see the luck above his head surging and expanding. It was like smoke rising into the sky. He nodded and informed Sixth Hair. to start the Gu refinement. Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia had a connection of luck. Before the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan chased after Ing Wuxia and the rest, chasing them all the way from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. In Northern Plains Earth Trench, Ing Wuxia and the rest were rescued by Sixth Hair. Ing Wuxia and the rest escaped, while Sixth Hair obstructed Fang Yuan with Dark Flow Giant City. Ing Wuxia and Sixth Hair's luck was connected at that time. At that time, Ing Wuxia had connect Luck Immortal Gu. To delay Fang Yuan as much as possible, Ing Wuxia had to strengthen Sixth Hair in all aspects. Luck was one of them. As expected, Fang Yuan's pursuit was greatly slowed down. Sixth Hair did not die. He returned to Langya Blessed Land safely. Right now, Fang Yuan's plan was to make use of this connection to help Sixth Hair's luck rise sharply. Back then, when Ing Wuxia was in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he had used this killer move to refine fixed immortal travel. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court succeeded in refining it. His efforts were not in vain. It benefited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan managed to refine change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had obtained this information from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He wanted to use it in this situation. After all, luck was the best method to assist in Gu refinement. This point had been fully verified long ago. Back then, with the help of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, Longhair Ancestor was able to help Giant Sun Immortal refine so many Immortal Gu and construct 88-point Xinyang Tower. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan used this Gu to check the soul path Dao marks on his soul. His Dao marks were reduced by a lot. His soul foundation fell drastically. It was like he was going back to normal overnight. Fang Yuan had been cultivating his soul for a long time. Ever since he acted as Changshan Yin and traveled in Northern Plains to participate in the Imperial Court contest, it had started. Using Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation progressed rapidly. The efficiency was extremely high. After a long period of cultivation, his soul had accumulated a lot of soul path Dao marks. But today, after using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan's efforts were all for naught. Fang Yuan did not feel much pity or regret. Dao marks could be regained after being used up. If he lost his life now, everything would be over. If other Gu immortals like Bai Ningbing used this move, how could they have so many soul path Dao marks to expend? Fang Yuan had a thought. He asked Ing Wuxia, "How many more times can your soul foundation last?" Ing Wuxia answered honestly, "I can use it twice more." But sect leader, you inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. You must know that Burning Soul Bursting Luck's effect cannot be stacked. If I use it again, it will not be of much help. Fang Yuan nodded. I was just asking casually. He felt a deep sense of admiration towards Spectral Soul. Ing Wuxia was a split soul of Spectral Soul, but he had the Soul Path Foundation to use Burning Soul Bursting Luck 4 times. Spectral Soul was indeed the legendary person who created Soul Path and cultivated to rank 9. Burning Soul Bursting Luck has already been activated. We have done everything we can. Let's go, let's leave this place. Fang Yuan sorted out his emotions and stood up. Soon, he packed up the Immortal Gu formation and kept the other Gu immortals in his immortal aperture before setting off again, flying rapidly. He had to keep moving. Not only did Celestial Court know his location and send Gu immortals to hunt him down, there was also Providence's arrangements. If Fang Yuan and the rest stayed at a certain place for a long time, many problems would arise. In the white sky, the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle flew up while spraying blood. Behind it, an immortal Gu house carrying 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals chased relentlessly. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is almost at its limit. That's right, it can really fly. All right, let's close the net. This attack will stop you completely. The immortal goo house quickly surged with an aura. Next, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot out. The golden light was extremely fast. It hit the upper extreme heavenly eagle immediately. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was heavily injured. It quickly flapped its wings and tried to dodge. But the golden pillar of light was long and thin. It followed it like a shadow, enveloping the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries became more severe. Its body was covered in a layer of golden light. This made it more difficult to move. But at the next moment, a change occurred. A white cloud appeared and intercepted the falling upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle entered the white cloud and vanished. Oh no, it is the black and white overturning cloud. Quickly retract the killer move. Don't destroy this cloud. The two celestial court goo immortals cried out in shock, but it was too late. Everything happened too quickly. After the upper extreme heavenly eagle disappeared into the cloud, the golden pillar of light hit the white cloud and dyed it into a golden cloud. The golden cloud became extremely heavy, and soon it fell from the sky. At this time, the golden pillar of light disappeared. The two celestial court goo immortals had stopped their killer move. But at this moment, these two smug expressions had completely vanished, replaced by dumbfounded expressions. How can this be? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? This kind of black and white overturning cloud connects the black and white heavens. It can allow anything to enter the cloud and move between the two heavens. We were also wary of this factor, so we had already taken action along the way and destroyed the suspected black and white overturning cloud. To think that an overturning cloud would actually appear, and it was even hit by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This damnable luck. The two celestial court goo immortals felt like they were going crazy. They were about to vomit blood from anger. They had worked so hard and expended so much immortal essence, but when they were about to succeed, this happened. Chase, the upper extreme heavenly eagle, still has our investigative killer move on it. We will go back the way we came, past the heavenly wind chi wall, and return to Black Heaven. Chapter 14:16. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to quickly discover the situation in White Heaven. She furrowed her beautiful brows, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Is it Luck Path? A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88 Point Shinyang Tower. The culprit behind the collapse of this tower was Fang Yuan. What was the probability of Fang Yuan inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance? It is a pity that my investigative killer move can only track the location of Fang Yuan and the rest. It cannot see their current situation. Fairy Myrtle sighed as she activated Star Constellation chessboard again. At the next moment, Star Constellation chessboard showed the scene in the River of Time. Feng Jioga and Lord Huangshi had already flown near a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time is not small. It is enough for you to enter. Lord Huangshi smiled as he pointed ahead. I will use an immortal killer move to send you out. Do not resist. Feng Jioga nodded as he bowed elegantly. Thank you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Is that tiger immemorial year beast chasing us again? Feng Jioga's expression also changed slightly. No. Lord Huangshi looked ahead without blinking. On the surface of the River of Time, a thick layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Strange. Since when did fog appear in the River of Time? Feng Jioga frowned. Lord Huangshi, however, had an excited expression. He had great anticipation in his eyes. Such a thick fog. Could it be? At this moment, the two of them saw a shadow suddenly appear in the thick fog. The shadow was faintly discernible. It was covered by the fog, and could not be seen clearly. Lord Huangshi's expression became even more excited, while Feng Jioge was still confused. Soon, the fog fluctuated, revealing a corner of the huge shadow in the fog. This allowed Feng Jioge to see the face of the shadow clearly. It looks like a stone island. That's right, that's the Stone Lotus Island, the legendary location of Red Lotus' true inheritance. Lord Huangshi's voice trembled slightly. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies, he was at the pinnacle of time path. No one could compare to him. As Lord Huangshi, who specialized in the Time Tao, the Red Lotus true inheritance was extremely attractive to him. You stay here, I'll be right back. After Lord Huangshi threw down these words, he immediately shot out like lightning. His speed was inconceivable. However, the entire fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The closer Lord Huangshi approached, the more the fog retreated. After trying for a long time, not only did Lord Huangshi fail to shorten the distance between him and the fog, he even distanced himself further. A moment later, the thick fog dissipated, and the stone island in the mysterious fog also disappeared. Lord Huangshi returned in a daze. His expression was very ugly. Even in the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, who was observing this, had a disappointed expression. But soon, she frowned again. She fell into deep thought. Why did the Stone Lotus Island suddenly appear? Is it because Feng Yuan detonated a tributary of the River of Time? However, Lord Huangshi and Feng Jioji's positions had long since left that place. And the more important question is, how can we enter the Stone Lotus Island? Do we need the key, Spring-Autumn Cicada? Southern Border, Wu Clan Headquarters. A super goo formation had already been constructed. Wu Yong stood in front of the goo formation. After inspecting it for a while, he nodded slowly, showing a satisfied expression. He said to a Wu Clan Supreme Elder beside him, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wu Bei. It is my duty to serve the clan, it is not hard work." Elder Wu Bei had a respectful and humble attitude. Among Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, he specialized in formation path. Not long ago, he had been guarding the Super Gu formation in place of Feng Yuan. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Feng Yuan returned from Northern Plains and used a scheme to force Wu Bei out while he entered the Super Gu formation again. Because of this, Supreme Elder Wu Bei avoided a calamity and did not participate in the Battle of the Dream Realm. In this battle, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals lost a lot. Even the immortal Gu that were used to construct the Super Gu formation were taken away by the Celestial Court. However, not long ago, Wu Yong failed to kill Feng Yuan, but he made a secret agreement with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong let Feng Jioge go, while the Celestial Court handed the immortal Gu that were taken away to Wu Yong. Wu Yong returned to Southern Border's Righteous Path and returned these immortal Gu to their rightful owners. This action directly pushed his reputation to the peak of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's clans were moved by Wu Yong's benevolence. Not only did he negotiate with the Celestial Court, after the negotiation succeeded, he did not covet the immortal Gu at all. He returned them to their rightful owners. They were very impressed. Furthermore, after Wu Yong exposed the rank 8 immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and displayed his powerful battle strength in the Battle of Purple Blood River Formation, all of Southern Border's super forces were wary of him. Thus, even though they did not kill the Shadow Sect members, Wu Clan's situation had undergone a huge change. The various large clans that had invaded the Wu Clan's resources had all taken the initiative to withdraw from the territories that they had invaded. They even made a roundabout way of compensating the Wu Clan. Xiao Clan was a vassal force of Wu Clan. The territories that Ba Clan and Xia Clan had taken over were also returned to them using Wu Clan's prestige. Wu Yong was naturally not satisfied with such a result. After returning, he had been taking charge of the situation and negotiating with the super forces, trying to get them to hand over more benefits. Currently, both sides were still arguing. Wu clan was showing a strong stance, but the other clans were not pushovers. They had to protect their own interests. Wu clan's losses this time were truly huge. Many of Wu clan's Gu immortals died. They even lost 6 immortal Gu to Fang Yuan, as well as 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. But Wu clan could only keep this matter to themselves. They could not openly settle the score with Fang Yuan. Wu Yong wanted to use the other super forces to make up for his losses. At the same time, he would not forget this demonic path scoundrel, Fang Yuan. This super Gu formation was personally arranged by Wu Yong. Not only was Wu Bei in charge of it, he even asked Qi clan's Gu immortals to help set it up. "All right, let's do it." Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He said to Wu Bei in a plain tone. Wu Bei's heart shook. He could feel the anger and hatred behind Wu Yong's calm appearance. To think that Wu Yihai was actually someone else in disguise. Humph, he is truly daring. He dares to deceive Wu clan. Now, I will show you my power. In this world, there are many people you cannot offend. Wu Bei snorted coldly in his heart, starting to activate the Gu formation. This immortal formation used the Earth Vein as the foundation, Fang Yuan's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu as the clues. It used close to 10 immortal Gu and countless mortal Gu to create this. Its power was to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Every time the Gu formation was activated, it would burst out with a formless power that could cross southern border and affect Fang Yuan. This immortal formation's power was naturally very powerful. It far surpassed the killer move that Wu Yong used against Fang Yuan earlier. At the same time, it was very durable. This was one of the advantages of a Gu formation. Once the Gu formation was set up, it was easy to activate and stop. It was not like killer moves. Each activation required a complicated process. Every step had to be correct. If they were not correct, the activation might fail, and the user would suffer a backlash. A Gu formation was different. After it was set up, unless it was destroyed, there was no need to worry about backlash. Use half of its power first. Wu Yong instructed. Wu Bei nodded. Wu Yong was not doing this out of kindness. It was to make it easier to negotiate with Fang Yuan. After all, Wu clan's immortal Gu were still in Fang Yuan's hands. Wu Yong naturally wanted to get it back. Even though Fang Yuan went to Western Desert, Wu Yong did not give up on this plan. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal is powerful and can reflect all attacks, but it is a pity. This move uses too much mental energy and expends a lot of immortal essence. How can Fang Yuan use it all the time? With this Gu formation, we can attack and stop whenever we want. We have complete control over the situation. Let's let him have a taste of his own medicine before we negotiate. Wu Yong had already thought of a plan. The Gu formation started to activate. It was about to activate, but right at this moment, the ground started to shake intensely. Rumble. The whole of Wu Yi Mountain shook intensely. What is going on? Why is there an earthquake? Which Gu immortal is undergoing tribulation? It is not a tribulation. It is an earth vein shaking. It is affecting the whole of southern border. This is 100 million times more severe than a tribulation. Oh no, Elder Wu Bei! The spectating Wu clan Gu immortals exclaimed as they realized something amiss. Boom! The immortal formation self-detonated. Wu Bei coughed out blood as he screamed pitifully. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Northern Plains, Lang Ye blessed land. Sixth Hair was sweating profusely. His hair was completely wet from the sweat. It had condensed into a lump. He was in a sorry state. The final step. Sixth Hair's eyes were bloodshot. The land spirit of Lang Ye heard this and immediately handed the prepared immortal material to Sixth Hair. Even though he was the first Supreme Elder, since Fang Yuan had already requested it, and the rules of the sect were set by him, the land spirit of Langya, he had to abide by them. Thus, he did not mind helping Sixth Hair. At most, he had some complaints towards Fang Yuan. Hum. A long and crisp sound could be heard from the ice flame. It was like the sound of wind blowing on silver dollar. Soon, the sound dissipated, and the blazing ice flames were extinguished, revealing the spherical, mysterious ice in the center. Sixth Hair breathed roughly as he muttered, "Come out, rank 7 immortal goo self, love." Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the profound ice. The profound ice shattered, and an immortal goo flew out. Chapter 14:17. Rank 7 self, love, immortal goo. Fang Yuan held this immortal goo in his hands, feeling joyful. His soul foundation that he had cultivated for so long did not go to waste. He finally obtained some results. Luck Path was truly a path that could allow one to become a goo immortal and reach rank 9. I have luck immortal goo. I also connected luck to Yifan, Hong Yi, and Han Li, these 3 people with strong luck. Adding on the 2 times of burning, soul-bursting luck, my luck path at that moment had probably reached an unprecedented level. Thus, it is not strange that I refined self-love immortal goo. After this self-love immortal goo was refined by Sixth Hair, he used Jewel Yellow Skies to hand it over to Fang Yuan. Jewel Yellow Skies naturally caused a small commotion, but the scale of the commotion had already decreased. After all, using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport immortal goo had happened many times already. It was no longer so rare. Especially recently, Wu Yong used Jewel Yellow Skies to send a wave of goo worms. And 1,000 Transformations Ancestor Souled Year Beasts, the commotion was even greater. The influence had not subsided yet. "This is self-love immortal goo?" Bai Ningbing asked. Before Fang Yuan answered, Ing Wuxia said, "Of course." This immortal goo came at the right time. With this immortal goo, we can use the immortal killer move self-cleansing. We will no longer be afraid of investigative killer moves. Ahahaha. Ing Wuxia placed his hands on his waist as he laughed loudly. He was wearing Fairy Chuibo's body now. His chest was huge. He had a beautiful face, but he was laughing foolishly with his mouth wide open. He looked like a hot-blooded young man. It was quite comical. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. Initially, she had some sympathy for Ing Wuxia, but now that sympathy had completely vanished. That's right, this immortal goo self-love is the core of the immortal killer move self-cleansing. This move can allow goo immortals to cleanse their own Dao marks. The bad Dao marks are washed away while the good Dao marks are left behind. Be it investigative killer moves or alliance agreements, as long as they are harmful to us, it can take them away. Fang Yuan explained in detail. Hei Lolan's eyes shine with bright light. She thought to herself, this means that the killer move formed from this immortal goo can undo the restriction of Shadow Sect's alliance agreement on me. She saw a glimmer of hope. She was reluctant to join the Shadow Sect. Of course, she wanted to leave, but she had no way to do so. Self-love immortal goo had a unique appearance. It did not look like a worm, but a horn-shaped dumpling with a layer of green leaves on it. There were gray-white lines on it. But that was not the case. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the bamboo leaves on the surface were actually one with the inside. The gray-white lines were just the flickering traces of self-love immortal goo. These flickering traces would stay at a certain location for a few breaths of time before changing locations. Hei Lulan engraved the appearance of self-love immortal goo deeply in her mind. Fang Yuan used his finger to touch the surface of self-love immortal goo, saying resolutely, let's relocate first, then use the killer move to undo the investigative killer move on us. The goo immortals chose a direction and moved 100,000 li away, landing behind a huge sand dune. Fang Yuan started to activate the killer move, while Ing Wuxia and the rest scattered around, protecting Fang Yuan. First was to activate self-love immortal goo. This rank 7 immortal goo floated in the air in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It did not shine, but emitted a sweet and refreshing smell. Attracted by this smell, a large number of mortal goo were activated, surrounding self-love immortal goo, forming a river of goo worms. This was the first step of activating self-cleansing. Evidently, self-love immortal goo was needed for the first step to be activated. Fang Yuan was stuck at this earlier. Undeniably, even with a vast number of immortal killer moves, he could not do without a core immortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan started to activate some crucial supplementary goo worms. These goo worms were all immortal goo without exception. Wisdom Path immortal goo obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Most of them were rank 7. The difficulty of this immortal killer move was that every Wisdom Path immortal goo that was added in would cause an intense tremor to the original goo worm river. Only skilled techniques and extraordinary control ability could complete such a step. A Wisdom Path rank 6 immortal goo was carefully placed down. The river of goo worms surged with great waves, but it calmed down after a while. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was only a rank 6 immortal goo, but it was already so difficult. If he placed a rank 7 immortal goo, the result would be terrible. But the second immortal goo was a rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan prepared for a long time. After experiencing the extremely precious experience, he placed the second immortal goo. Advancing slowly like this, at the third immortal goo, Fang Yuan suffered a failure. The entire goo worm river broke. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Man as before. Once this immortal goo was used, his injuries disappeared. But the killer move's activation failed. He needed to leave. Fang Yuan and the rest packed up and left. They could not stay in one place for too long. They had to keep moving at all times. Celestial Court and Providence would not be able to deal with them easily. On the way out, Fang Yuan carefully analyzed his gains and losses, summarizing his experiences. It could be said that the whole team was relying on this killer move of his. This was the key to changing their current situation. Even though this killer move did not have any offensive power, he tried to activate the killer move. After failing, he would relocate, and then he would summarize his gains and losses along the way, repeating this until the fourth time. Fang Yuan finally succeeded in activating this rank 7 immortal killer move, self-cleansing. It was not easy. A gentle light that resembled flowing water poured down from Fang Yuan's head, flowing into his body and heart. Initially, this flowing water, like light, was extremely clear, but when it reached Fang Yuan's feet, it became turbid like a desert. How is it? After the killer move was activated, In Wuxie quickly asked. The other Gu immortals also looked at him with concern. Fang Yuan activated perceivable Dao immortal Gu, inspecting himself. The result was not what he had hoped for. This is troublesome. His expression was grim. Southern border. The Super Gu formation had already been cleared. Wu Bei Supreme Elder, who had fainted from heavy injuries, was also being treated. Wu Yong looked at the huge pit with an ashen expression. Why did I have to die? I actually encountered the earth vein's vibration. This Super Gu formation uses the earth vein as its foundation. The earth vein rarely vibrates in tens of thousands of years, but it actually happened at this crucial moment. But thankfully, I managed to protect Fang Yuan's life tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu at the crucial moment, even though I had to sacrifice a rank 6 immortal Gu. Wu Yong's gaze was deep after this matter. His hatred towards Fang Yuan increased by another level. Lord Wu Yong, the situation is not quite right. At this time, Wu Fa came over and reported. Not only here, Tai Clan, Yi Clan, Chai Clan, Qi Clan, and others also encountered earthquakes not long after. Wu Yong's brows rose. You are saying this earth vein vibration affected the whole of southern border? I'm afraid so. Wu Fe frowned deeply. Earth veins were not small matters. Such a large-scale vibration had never occurred in Southern Border's history. This change was no small matter. Wu Yong suddenly looked at his palms. The two mortal goo that he was holding suddenly had cracks on them. They crumbled and were completely destroyed. Wu Yong was shocked. Fang Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo self-destructed. Did Fang Yuan use some method? Chapter 1418. On this day, all of Southern Border's mortals and immortals were shaken and panicked. The earth vein trembled completely, affecting the whole of Southern Border. The important regions were turned upside down, mountains collapsed, rivers were blocked, and sinkholes were buried. The heavenly power of heaven and earth displayed an unparalleled and terrifying power at this moment. Unlucky mortals died, tragically, in this vast and sudden earthly tribulation. All the superforces were calculating their losses. Many mortal forces were instantly annihilated. Even superclans had many resource points destroyed. They suffered heavy losses. The sudden earth vein tremor caused the tense political situation of Southern Border to turn silent. The various superpowers temporarily set aside their previous conflicts and began to actively investigate the cause of the earth vein's upheaval. Such a tremor had never happened in the last 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even in the olden antiquity era and remote antiquity era. This was the first time in all of history. In Southern Border's Gu Immortal world, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very nervous and curious what was the reason for such a large-scale earth vein tremor. The signs of the Great Era have appeared. Far away in Western Desert, Fang Yuan obtained information about Southern Border's earth vein tremor through jewel-yellow skies. He sighed deeply. At this moment, he had already moved again. He arrived at another location. The curtain of night gradually faded, and the distant horizon began to show the color of dawn. Dawn had arrived. Soon, the rising sun illuminated the horizon. The grand light scattered over the vast desert. This was a new day. Fang Yuan wore a white robe. His face was covered in frost. He looked at the rising sun with a heavy gaze. His heart was heavy. The sun was rising. His future was not as bright as the scene in front of him. In the past, he was kept in the dark. Now that he obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he understood the relationship between the Great Era, spectral soul, and shadow sect in his previous life. The Great Era should have arrived at this time. But in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, because spectral soul succeeded in defying heaven and changing fate, he suppressed the celestial court and providence, using supreme methods to forcefully delay the Great Era by 500 years. Providence was forced into a desperate situation by the spectral soul and had no choice but to cut off all means of retreat. They chose Fang Yuan as a chess piece and used the spring-autumn cicada to send him to the past, staking it all on one throw and destroying the Shadow Sect's grand plan. Thus, the entire world was back on track. Without the delay of the Spectre and the Shadow Sect, the Great Era had slowly begun. The trembling of the earth veins was just the tip of the prologue. With the arrival of the Great Era, the 5 regional walls will disappear. However, the condition for the 5 regional walls to disappear is that the earth veins of Southern Border, Northern Plains, Central Continent, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea must all come into contact and merge into one. In the following period of time, the earth veins will shake more frequently. Not just Southern Border, but the other 4 regions, Central Continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains will also shake. The reason why Southern Border's earth veins shake first is because Southern Border has the densest earth path down marks in the 5 regions. Thus, Southern Border's earth veins are the most abundant in the 5 regions. Precisely because of this, when the Great Era arrives and the world changes, it will be the first to be affected. Fang Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. The arrival of the Great Era no doubt greatly interfered with his cultivation plan. According to his original plan, there was plenty of time and he could take it easy. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, using dream realms to raise his attainment level, accumulate wealth, and raise his cultivation level. By the time the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war arrives, he would have rank 8 cultivation level and immense wealth. Even if he was not a grandmaster in all paths, he would be close. That way, he would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the 5 regions chaotic war. But now, it was clearly impossible. The great era arrived too quickly. Fang Yuan's plans were completely disrupted. Not only that, he was currently being pursued by the heavenly court and encircled by the heavens' will. He was in an extremely difficult situation, and he was constantly on the run. He had to be vigilant because a powerful enemy might suddenly appear in the next moment and attack him. This is a great change throughout the ages. Currently, I'm afraid only me, the Celestial Court Shadow Sect, and a few other forces know the meaning behind the earth vein tremors. But other Gu immortals are not stupid. After some investigation, they will more or less realize this. After some time, this consciousness will form a common understanding. The entire Gu immortal world will understand. An unprecedented change of heaven and earth is about to arrive. Sai, one of my advantages since rebirth is going to disappear. If not for the Dream Realm battle, I would still have Wu Yihai's identity. Southern Border's earth vein tremors would create a large number of earth trenches and sinkholes, as well as countless or veins, rare beasts, and strange plants. They would all be dug out. This is a grand feast. All the forces and Gu immortals will fight for them. This will happen in all 5 regions, but Southern Border will be the most affected because Southern Border's earth vein is the thickest and has the most valuable treasures. The worst is Eastern Sea because of its vast body of water. During this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea will have the least fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan recalled, Eastern Sea had always been the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. This attracted the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions to take the risk and search for them, to aid their own cultivation. But during this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea had the least gains. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Gu immortals had commented, this fortuitous encounter was like heaven and earth giving Gu immortals countless treasures to balance out the strength of the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan still had Wu Yihai's identity, he would have a huge fortuitous encounter at this moment. With his memories, he remembered many places where large numbers of treasures and even wild immortal Gu would appear. Unfortunately, his identity was exposed this time. This huge fortuitous encounter would most likely be lost to him. Fang Yuan felt pity, but he did not know that this earth vein tremor actually helped him. Because of the earth vein tremor, Wu clan's immortal formation was damaged. Wu Yong's plan failed. Fang Yuan was able to get through this tribulation safely. He was not plotted against by Wu clan. The earth vein tremor was bound to happen, but it happened at this time. It was clearly because of Fang Yuan's burning soul-bursting luck. Thankfully, I have the rank 7 immortal Gu self-love this time. Earlier, I successfully used the immortal killer move self-cleansing and got rid of all the Dao marks on my body, including Wu clan's alliance agreement. This way, Fang Yuan had completely broken away from Wu clan. He had no relationship with them anymore. My life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu must have broken by now. Wu Yong won't be able to use this against me anymore. His worries in this aspect were resolved, but it also made Fang Yuan see the shortcomings of maintaining a clean body. Self-cleansing was extraordinary. It could get rid of Dao marks that were harmful to the Gu immortal, but it was not flexible enough. For example, right now, Fang Yuan's alliance agreement with Wu clan was cleansed, but his alliance agreement Dao marks with other forces, Chudu, land spirit of Langya, other variant humans crazed Demon Cave, and others were not affected. This was because these alliance agreement Dao marks were not harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing would not get rid of them. However, once Fang Yuan betrays them, these alliance agreement Dao marks would be harmful to Fang Yuan. The alliance agreement would activate first and punish Fang Yuan harshly. By then, it would be too late for Fang Yuan to use self-cleansing to save himself. Most importantly, it was the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle planted on Fang Yuan. These Dao marks were very harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing was used to get rid of them. However, what shocked Fang Yuan was that even though the killer move was effective and got rid of some of these Dao marks, they soon started to recover and regenerate. At this speed, in 6 hours, the Dao marks that represented Celestial Court's investigative killer move would recover. Self-cleansing is the strongest method among Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Even though it is effective and helpful to me, the opponent this time is too strong. The investigative killer move on me should have been planted by Fairy Myrtle using Star Constellation chessboard. Even though Fang Yuan was guessing, he was certain of it, because he had encountered this phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own before. That was his original body, that rank 6 strength path 8 arm, heavenly demonic immortal zombie body. Right now, in this body, the second immortal aperture had already vanished, while Spring Autumn Cicada was still sealed in the first rank 5 aperture. Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used because Providence was hidden inside it. Furthermore, Ing Wu Xie had used soul path methods to set up a sinister trap in his body. Once Fang Yuan placed his soul inside, the trap would activate and kill the soul, nourishing the body and creating more soul path Dao marks, making the trap even more vicious and persistent. This was the first time Fang Yuan encountered the phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own. Even though it was Ing Wu Xie's killer move, it came from thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After obtaining Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan learned that only rank 9 Gu Venerables could create this type of Dao mark growing killer move. Thus, Fang Yuan guessed that Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to use this investigative killer move. Because Star Constellation chessboard belonged to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thanks to Fang Yuan's current identity, his knowledge of Celestial Court had increased greatly. Fang Yuan thought about it now. Actually, other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables had similar methods. Dao marks grew on their own, without expending immortal essence. For example, Giant Sun Immortal created the rank 8 Immortal Gu Fortune rivaling Heaven. Mahong had used it, and the effects of good luck were still present until his physical body died. The essence of good luck was luck path Dao marks. Ma Hongyun's body was engraved with luck path Dao marks. He also absorbed the luck of the people around him, increasing the number of luck path Dao marks on his body. Moreover, in the entire process, he did not need to expend any immortal essence or primeval essence. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had a killer move of this level. That was Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. These two ultimate defensive killer moves weaved a layer of Dao-marked Dharma clothes on the soul. The former allowed the target to escape the attention and deductions of Providence, while the latter made the soul undetectable. Such a killer move's effect existed all the time. It did not expend any immortal essence. At the same time, if there was any damage, the Dao-marked clothing would regenerate on its own. It is publicly recognized that every rank 9 Gu Venerable's main path is Supreme Grandmaster. According to the cultivation experience that Zishan Makoto gave me, Grandmaster attainment is to comprehend by analogy. Great Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks. Supreme Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks. Supreme Grandmaster is to grow Dao marks on their own and even move on their own, breaking away from the shackles of immortal essence. Everything was clear at a glance. Zishan Makoto's inheritance gave Fang Yuan a clear and comprehensive understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Now, with his personal experience, Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Fang Yuan already had a way to get rid of the soul path trap on the 8-arm, heavenly demonic immortal zombie's body. But Fang Yuan was having a hard time dealing with the investigative Dao marks on this sovereign immortal body. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of a certain amount of investigative Dao marks, but the more I get rid of, the faster they grow. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of 10% of the Dao marks every time I use it, but after more than half a day, the Dao marks that have disappeared will regrow. This way, if I want to completely get rid of the investigative killer move on my body, I will need to use self-cleansing at all times for at least half a month, not for a long time, and without any rest in between. Fang Yuan made a rough estimation based on his current information. It was very troublesome. The investigative killer move on Fang Yuan was much more troublesome than he had expected. And most importantly, it was unrealistic. Self-cleansing was not a continuous killer move. It could be used multiple times. Every time it was activated, it would last for a fixed amount of time. Even though he had self-love immortal Gu and successfully activated the killer move self-cleansing, Fang Yuan did not get rid of all the harmful Dao marks on his body as he wished. He encountered another problem. What should he do? If you have enough time to prepare, there might be a chance to get rid of it. Unfortunately, you will not have that chance now. Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle smiled. She was very confident in the investigative killer move she used on Fang Yuan and the rest, because this was a method from Star Constellation Chessboard, the killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created, Inextinguishable Star Target. Among all investigative killer moves, Inextinguishable Star Target could only mark the target's location, but this ability was far inferior to the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle used on Feng Jioge and the rest, Star Shadow Derivation. The latter allowed Star Constellation Chessboard to display the target's experience and it could be seen at a glance as if the target was there. But the strongest aspect of Inextinguishable Star Target was that it was endless and could not be destroyed. Normal methods could not get rid of it. It could be said that as long as this killer move existed, Fang Yuan would be a chess piece in Fairy Myrtle's chessboard. He could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Getting rid of him was only a matter of time. In the battle against Fang Yuan and the rest, Fairy Myrtle had the complete initiative. She had the upper hand and was unwavering. Moreover, as long as Fang Yuan was not given the chance to develop freely as time dragged on, Fairy Myrtle and Celestial Court's advantage would increase. It could be said that Fairy Myrtle was already in an invincible position. Chapter 1419. Compared to fate, luck cannot last for long. Even though there was a small accident, so what? Fairy Myrtle smiled elegantly. The Star Constellation chessboard in her hand showed the figures of those two Celestial Court Gu Immortals. The Immortal Gu House was flying. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals had grim expressions as they conversed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped to Black Heaven through the black-white overturning cloud. But according to the time now, it is already daytime in the 5 regions. We are currently in daytime. Black Heaven is already above our heads. So this time, we need to fly to the sky and pass through the heavenly wind chi wall to enter Black Heaven. That's right, we have already placed an investigative method on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we reach Black Heaven, we will have a weak reaction. We will not have to worry about not being able to find it. If we encounter the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again, we cannot repeat the same mistake. We need to do everything we can to prevent it from happening again. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals were full of fighting spirit. Their confidence had completely recovered after this setback. What gave them confidence was the strength they had. The difference in strength was clear, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle had great luck a second or third time. So what? Could it be like this every time? As long as it failed once, the celestial court goo immortals would win, and the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be trapped, unable to make a comeback. Star constellation chessboard shook lightly. The scene changed, and Fong Joga appeared. At this moment, Fong Joga had already left the River of Time, returning to Western Desert. But this time, because he used a different tributary of the River of Time to return to Western Desert, he could not return the same way. Fairy Myrtle instructed him. According to Fong Joga's current distance, he was quite far from Fong Yuan. Fong Joga is a Tao guardian. His luck is as steady as a mountain, unshakable. Only with such a strong luck can he resist Fong Yuan and the others. If I send other celestial court goo immortals, there would be too many people. Their luck would be countered by Fong Yuan. It would instead help Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle is an obvious example. Two celestial court, rank 8 goo immortals working together could escape. Let alone against Fong Yuan. Let's first have Fong Joga keep pressuring Fong Yuan and force him to search for the Red Lotus true legacy. Even if he can't achieve this goal, we can force him to keep revealing his trump cards. When he reveals all his trump cards, it will be time for me to personally make a move. Murderous intent flashed in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. It wasn't that she didn't value Fong Yuan, but she valued Fong Yuan very much. In order to kill this complete otherworldly demon, Fairy Myrtle had to act personally to be at ease. But now was not the time. Firstly, Fong Yuan's trump cards had not been revealed yet. He was not in a desperate situation yet. Secondly, Celestial Court needed to be guarded, because Duke Long was still deep in Celestial Court, trying to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. The entire situation of Central Continent needed Fairy Myrtle's control and coordination. Thirdly, the Great Era was approaching. Southern Border's earth veins were already shaking. Central Continent's position was the most disadvantageous. They needed to make ample preparations. Even though Fong Yuan had self-love immortal goo, he could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Even though the upper extreme, heavenly eagle escaped, once it was still being chased, it was not out of danger. What Fairy Myrtle cared about was not these two, but the stone Lotus Island that suddenly appeared in the River of Time. Why did Red Lotus True Inheritance suddenly appear and vanish mysteriously? Fairy Myrtle frowned. She could not understand. She, who had Star Constellation chessboard, was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the world. But facing the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in human history, Fairy Myrtle still felt her own powerlessness and inadequacy. Red Lotus! Fairy Myrtle sighed internally, because she knew that among all the demon venerables, this Red Lotus demon venerable had the deepest connection with Celestial Court. In fact, he was once likely to become Red Lotus Immortal Venerable and enter Celestial Court Black Heaven. Yellow-green fungus grass was like a giant carpet growing quietly in a corner of Black Heaven. Heaven-attached fungus. This was a rank 6 immortal material. It could only grow in the immemorial 9 heavens. The conditions for its growth were very harsh. It had to grow in a single location. There could not be any Tao marks or other life forms around it. Not even meteors could exist. But thankfully, even though the immemorial 9 heavens had groups of ancient-level life forms and immemorial-level life forms, there was still a lot of space. There would always be an environment for the heaven-attached fungus to grow. However, at this moment, there were 2 figures lingering on the heaven-attached fungi. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. A goo master who looked like a young man raised his right hand with difficulty. His forearm and right hand were covered in a layer of rainbow aurora light. This aurora light was very lively. It seemed to want to leave the young Gu master's arm. It had its own spirituality, but it was still lacking. The young Gu master gritted his teeth, trying to hold on. His forehead was soon covered in sweat. Go, Aurora Bird! The young Gu master had reached his limits. He knew he had to take a gamble. He shouted as he swung his arm forward with difficulty. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the next moment, the aurora light's cries became even clearer. Next, the rainbow aurora light really jumped out of the young Gu master's arm, jumping into the air and turning into a bird. The bird flapped its wings. The rainbow aurora light shot forward at an astonishing speed. Boom! With a loud sound, the rainbow aurora bird hit the nearby heaven-attached fungus, causing it to fly everywhere. After the aurora light faded, a hole the size of a well could be seen on the heaven-attached fungus. The young Gu master saw this and was surprised and joyful. He was happy because he had worked so hard for so long, training hard and risking his life so many times. He had finally gained some results. He managed to learn this killer move. He was shocked because this killer move's power was so great. It was just like what his master had predicted. Master, I succeeded. The young Gu master came to the other person and bowed, saying excitedly, not bad. His master commented plainly. The young Gu master saw his master's expression and calmed down a lot from his excitement. His expression immediately became much calmer, and he immediately bowed, once more before saying in a gentle tone, Disciple has lost his composure. No worries. The young Gu master's master waved his hand as he slowly walked away. After a few steps, he stopped and raised his head to look at the horizon. He was wearing a gray hemp robe. It was very simple. It fluttered in the wind. His strong bear-like body could not be concealed at all. He was wearing a conical hat. It was huge and wide. The edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. Even though the young Gu master acknowledged him as his master, he had never seen his master's face. In fact, only now when he looked at the sky could the young Gu master see his master's face. But he could only see his chin. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off an unwavering and sturdy feeling. Master, thank you for your guidance these days. Otherwise, with my hard work, how could I have made such progress? The young Gu master said. His master was silent for a while before speaking. Oh, Yifan, you are talented and have incredible comprehension. This killer move was created by you in the first place. It condensed your comprehension of transformation path and light path. I only gave you some pointers, that's all. Even though you have learned this killer move once, you need to practice it more in the future. But be careful, I am not around anymore. Master, are we going to separate? The young Gu master was shocked. He asked anxiously. This person was Southern Border's Yifan. He secretly admired Shang Xinci. When Shang Xinci became the clan leader, Yifan stood up and helped Shang Xinci resolve Shang clan's mortal problems. But there was always someone stronger. Yifan met by Ningbing. Not only did he lose, he even went through a terrifying life and death experience. He narrowly escaped with his life. He was in a daze. This unforgettable experience made him calm down. He started to think about life and himself. It was an accident that allowed him to meet his current master, and they became master and disciple. To think that his master was a Gu immortal. To nurture this disciple with great comprehension, his master personally brought Yifan to Black Heaven to train him. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, Yifan respected this mysterious master of his. When people interact with each other, they need to get along. Some people can be strangers after interacting with each other for a lifetime. Some people can become close friends after interacting with each other for a short time. Even though Yifan had not seen his master's true appearance, he could feel his master's sincerity towards him. He had complete trust in his master. He did not suspect his master had any ulterior motives. The rise and fall of fate. We do not have much fate as master and disciple. If we use it today, it will run out tomorrow. It is better to wait for the future. Yi Fan, do you know why I brought you here? His master asked. Yi Fan blinked. Master, didn't you say that Black Heaven's environment suppresses my light path? Even though it is difficult to cultivate here, it is safe because of the suppression. This is one of the reasons. The second reason is that I deduced that you have karma here. His master said in a low voice. Karma? Yi Fan was confused. In this world, there is a cause and effect. There is a cause for every effect. Look, your karma is here. Saying so, the mysterious goo immortal pointed at the sky. Yi Fan looked over and gasped in shock. There, an upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying towards the heaven-attached fungi. Such a handsome divine eagle. It is injured. As the distance between them shortened, Yi Fan saw the upper extreme, heavenly eagle's heavy injuries. Even though Yi Fan had a master, his knowledge could not compare to Goo Immortals. In fact, even ordinary rank 6 Goo Immortals might not recognize the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme, heavenly eagle. The upper extreme, heavenly eagle, was in a daze now. Its wounds were bleeding and had not healed. Even though it had gotten rid of the celestial court's pursuers, Black Heaven and White Heaven were filled with danger. It was not safe. When it saw the heaven-attached fungi, it flew over, trying to win a precious chance to catch its breath. But before it could reach the heaven-attached fungi, it fainted from exhaustion when it was still a few thousand steps away. However, Yi Fan's master acted in time, grabbing this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He opened his palm, using some unknown method. Under Yi Fan's shocked gaze, this giant upper extreme heavenly eagle was affected by a formless force. It shrunk until it was the size of a chick, falling into Yi Fan's master's palm. Yi Fan, this mysterious master, stretched out his other hand and lightly touched the upper extreme heavenly eagle's surface. Instantly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries healed. It fell into a deep sleep peacefully. Yi Fan, you are entangled by karma. This upper extreme heavenly eagle might be the key to resolving it in the future. Bring it with you when it wakes up. It will bring you away from Black Heaven and back to southern border. I will go now. Saying so, this mysterious goo immortal in conical hat and gray robes floated up, flying far away. Master, take care. Yi Fan received the bird-like upper extreme heavenly eagle and quickly chased. His eyes were filled with tears. He was very reluctant. He chased all the way to the edge of the heaven-attached fungi. Seeing his master's figure getting smaller and smaller, he suddenly shouted, Master, can you tell me your name? Mortals fear karma. I fear cause. You can call me Lu Weiyin. His master's voice was faintly discernible, entering Yi Fan's ears. Chapter 14:20. Western Desert. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, seeing a green forest of palm trees. There was a lake, blue to the core, like a sapphire embedded in the sand. It was exquisite and moving. This was a small oasis. It had a naturally formed spirit spring. A small oasis like this was often the foundation of a mortal clan. If a Goo master lived here and nurtured the spirit spring, if it developed well, it could even become a medium or large oasis. Humans chose a suitable environment to live in, and at the same time, the environment was modified by humans. This was the coexistence of humans and nature in Western Desert. But now, this small oasis that had formed not long ago was destined to face the fate of complete destruction. Because every time Fang Yuan and the rest moved to a new place, they would completely erase the traces and clues they left behind. Even though they had Celestial Court's true inheritance killer moves, this could also defend against some Western Desert enemies, especially when Providence was constantly making arrangements. I have finally made some progress in my deductions. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, feeling slightly happy. Ever since he saw the power of inextinguishable star target, Fang Yuan had been trying to solve this problem. Immortal killer move self-cleansing could be used over and over again. The duration was fixed, but Fang Yuan could modify it and make it last longer. Fang Yuan had the foundation to do this because he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level, and self-cleansing was a Wisdom Path killer move. He could modify it. Furthermore, he had a crucial immortal goo. Because of this immortal goo, Fang Yuan was very confident. This immortal goo was perseverance. Rank 7 perseverance immortal goo's effect was to prolong the effect of other immortal goo or killer moves. For example, when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, his sword-light dragon breath could be shot over and over again. But if he used perseverance immortal goo, the sword-light dragon breath could be shot over and over again, until Fang Yuan's throat reached its limit. Perseverance immortal goo was suitable to modify self-cleansing. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been moving around, deducing time and time again. He finally obtained results. He successfully used immortal goo perseverance as the second core, fusing it into self-cleansing. This way, the killer move self-cleansing could be used continuously to get rid of the harmful Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. However, this result isn't enough for me to get rid of the marks. Fang Yuan's gaze was heavy. He didn't relax. He clearly knew that he was facing another difficult problem. Even though self-cleansing could be used continuously, Fang Yuan did not have the time. He was being chased at all times. Even though the celestial quartz goo immortals were nowhere to be seen, they might have secretly followed him. At any moment, Fang Yuan and the others had the possibility of being sneak attacked or being chased down. Using self-cleansing to completely remove the inextinguishable star target on Fang Yuan's body would take at least a month. In this month, he had to constantly use killer moves. The inextinguishable star mark was very difficult to deal with. The more Dao marks it eliminated, the faster it would recover. Fang Yuan had already done his best. He could not raise the power of self-cleansing any further. According to the current situation, I have to be prepared to escape at any moment. It is impossible to gain a month's time. And even if I have a month's time, what about the others? They are also affected by the inextinguishable star target. There was no possibility of using it. Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that when he was about to succeed, the celestial quartz goo immortals would come out and disrupt him, causing his efforts to go to waste. If that happened, he would expend a lot of immortal essence, but would not be able to get rid of the inextinguishable star target. Next, when he fought with the celestial quartz goo immortals or escaped, the inextinguishable star target would continue to recover. The Dao marks would grow and Fang Yuan would waste a lot of effort. And self-cleansing is an immortal killer move. Activating it not only expends immortal essence, I also have to maintain it. At all times, my mind will be greatly exhausted. I have not been in contact with this killer move for a long time. The number of times I can use it is limited. I am not familiar with it, including the situation where I fail to activate it. Not only would I waste immortal essence, I would also need to heal my injuries. The more I use it, the more I don't need to fight with the celestial quartz goo immortals. My overall strength would fall sharply. Escaping to Langya Blessed Land is also impossible, not to mention the fact that I would be monitored by the Celestial Court at all times. It would expose Langya Blessed Land's location. The journey is too far. There would be too many dangers on the way to Langya Blessed Land. Not only Central Continent's Celestial Court and Providence's encirclement, there is also Northern Plains' Longevity Heaven. Of course, there were difficulties and solutions. Fang Yuan quickly thought of a countermeasure against this point. He had the ability to implement this countermeasure. That was to use Formation Path. He wanted to modify self-cleansing again, turning it into an immortal goo formation. This was not a fantasy. As mentioned earlier, Gu formations were killer moves in essence, they were just formation path killer moves. If Fang Yuan had the self-cleansing Gu formation, it would be much more convenient. The amount of immortal essence and mental energy needed to maintain the Gu formation was usually much less than killer moves. Moreover, self-cleansing was only effective on Fang Yuan alone. If other Gu immortals tried to use it, they would need to practice self-cleansing diligently. If it was an immortal Gu formation, then as long as the Shadow Sect Gu immortals entered the Gu formation, the Dao marks of inextinguishable star target on them would be destroyed and reduced by the Gu formation. So, I not only need to modify the killer move and turn it into an immortal Gu formation, I also need Gu worms like Formation Plate Gu, Formation Flag Gu, or Formation Diagram Gu, and it would be best if they are immortal Gu. Langya's sect had one immortal level Formation Plate Gu. This immortal Gu's effect was to control all sorts of Gu worms and set up a Gu formation. The Gu immortal only needed to provide immortal essence and put in all their effort. They did not need their formation path cultivation level. Formation Flag Gu was used to control a Gu formation that had been set up. When the Gu immortal activated Formation Flag Gu, they could directly store a Gu formation into Formation Flag Gu. Then, within a certain range of vision, the Gu immortal could move the Formation Flag Gu around. After finding a suitable location, they just needed to activate Formation Flag Gu again to set up the Gu formation that had been set up earlier. And Formation Diagram Gu was an expendable Gu worm. Formation Diagram Gu recorded the details of the Gu formation. Its effect was similar to Formation Plate Gu, but the error rate was much lower than Formation Plate Gu. These 3 Gu worms were very suitable for the current Fang Yuan. Vibration Desert. This mystical sea of sand would have intense vibrations every once in a while. Deep under the vibration desert, an immortal Gu formation was slowly activating. Han Li walked in slowly with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself. This is the final test of Gu immortal Zhen Yuan Zi's formation path true inheritance. Han Li, you need to work hard. Chapter 14:21. It was a palace made of bronze. At the center of the palace, there was only a brass crane neck lamp. The crane's neck was long and slender, drawing a smooth arc in the air. At the tip of its perfectly straight beak, there was a peach-sized candle. It was this candlelight that illuminated the whole palace. The candlelight was weak, and many corners of the bronze palace were immersed in darkness. A skinny young Gu master was standing on a huge brick of the palace. Coincidentally, there was a huge red pillar next to him. It was so thick that it would require 3 adults holding hands to encircle it. The candlelight was blocked by the pillar, causing half of the young Gu master's body to be illuminated, while the other half was shrouded in darkness and shadows. It was Han Li. Right now, Han Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not decide what to do. I was too careless. This senior Zhen Yuanzi, although he is a righteous path Gu immortal, his true inheritance is not something someone like me can obtain. Being able to reach this step, I have already exhausted all my efforts. There were even several steps that purely relied on luck. Han Li had experienced these. He was very clear about the dangers of this bronze palace. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. In fact, righteous path inheritances were usually not dangerous. Demonic path inheritances were full of schemes and were extremely dangerous. Zhen Yuanzi's inheritance test might be dangerous, but it was nothing to Gu immortals. But to Han Li, who was still a Gu master, it was too dangerous. Han Li was a person with strong luck, and because of his connection with Fang Yuan's luck, he had many fortuitous encounters, and now had rank 4 cultivation level. At his age, without a Gu immortal backing, this was very rare. Han Li stood on the spot, not moving. He tried to turn his body and look at the path he had taken. He wanted to retreat. This Zhen Yuanzi's Gu immortal true inheritance was too high a level for him. Although it was extremely tempting, Han Li had completely woken up now. He pondered for a long time before trying to move his right leg to the left and right. At the next moment, his vision suddenly changed. I moved forward instead. Han Li quickly looked around, and his expression turned pale. He discovered that he had already left the giant red pillar behind him. He was now more than 10 steps away from where he had been standing. He was one step closer to the brass, crane-necked floor lantern. So long as he could reach that place, Han Li would be able to obtain the acknowledgement of Zhen Yuanzi and inherit his true inheritance. However, Han Li had already decided to retreat. This step forward was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, accidentally bumping into it. His true intention was to leave this place, but he ended up moving forward instead. It was easy to imagine that if he had chosen to advance in another direction, he would have ended up in a terrible state. As a rogue cultivator, Han Li's foundation in the Tao of formations was extremely shallow. To put it nicely, it was the skill of a country bumpkin. He had relied on his intelligence, calm thinking, and luck to make it this far. Among these factors, luck was the most prominent. As a result, Han Li became less and less confident, because luck was very unreliable. If a rational person only relied on luck, it would be a gamble. I'm gambling with my life. It seems that retreating to the right is safer. Han Li observed his surroundings. At this point, he was completely confused and could only rely on his intuition. Then he took a step back. Whoosh! His vision changed again, and the result shocked him. This time, he had advanced by more than 10 steps. The brass, crane-necked floor lantern that represented success was already within reach. Han Li could almost touch it if he stretched out his arm. Of course, Han Li was still a hair's breadth away. So close was the end of the world. Han Li hesitated. In this situation, he couldn't help but waver. After all, success seemed to be within reach. He only needed to take one more step. But will I be able to do it? Han Li fell into a difficult decision. Time passed quickly, and he felt as if only an instant had passed. The difficult choice made him sweat profusely, but in the end, his clear reasoning overcame his greed. On the path of cultivation, how can I rely on luck? Han Li let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed his body. At this moment, his mental state had risen to a whole new level. He began to search for a path of retreat. This bronze hall was merely a manifestation of the formation space. It was like the palace that Fang Yuan was staying in Southern Border's giant dream realm Gu formation. Han Li's current position showed that he was at the center of the Gu formation. However, the path of retreat was very clear now. Even Han Li, who had a weak foundation in formation path, could see it. Han Li's mind was clear as he retreated along this path of retreat, getting further and further away from the brass crane-necked floor lantern. I hope the rest of my journey will be as simple and smooth as this. Han Li had just said this when his vision suddenly changed again. He was shocked to find that he had arrived in front of the brass, crane-necked floor lantern. What's going on? Han Li could not understand. A consciousness slowly awakened in the lantern. An old voice resounded in Han Li's ears in a daze, as if it had just woken up from a dream. Not bad, fated person. You were able to see through this formation and arrive in front of me. It has already proven that you have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li blushed with shame. I was actually thinking of retreating. That voice became clearer and more organized. This is the reason why Zhen Yuanzi set up this formation. When the brass crane-necked floor lantern is so close, any choice of moving forward is a mistake. Only Gu immortals with great intelligence and deep understanding of formation path can see through this. Understanding the path of retreat is the true path forward, or those Gu immortals with weak formation path attainment, but who know when to advance and when to retreat. They have a good disposition and have a chance to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li suddenly came to a realization. In that case, I'm the latter type. Also, aren't you Senior Zhen Yuanzi's will? Of course not. I am Formation Spirit Immortal Gu. I was created by Senior Zhen Yuanzi. No one knows about it. That voice replied. Han Li was confused. Formation Spirit? You still don't know? Blessed lands have land spirits. Grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and Gu formations also have formation spirits. Why are you a Gu master? You are not a Gu immortal. Suddenly, the formation spirit's voice rose. Sorry, I was really just a fluke. If I do not have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance, can I leave? Han Li smiled in embarrassment. The formation spirit was very puzzled. Unbelievable! You are not a Gu immortal. Then how did you pass the several steps? How bad is your luck? Oh no! Han Li had thought the formation spirit would praise his luck. The formation spirit's voice was shaking. Very bad. Zhen Yuanzi's original plan was to choose a Gu immortal as his successor. You do not have immortal essence. You cannot suppress that immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost-winged lion. You inherited the true inheritance. This Gu formation is about to collapse, but you cannot subdue the green claw ghost-winged lion that has just awakened. Why aren't you running? No, how can you run? It's over. It's over. I did not expect that I would die just like this after inheriting the true inheritance and becoming my new master. No, there must be another chance. Han Li was not willing to give up like this. It is useless. The difference in strength is too great. Sigh. The formation spirit, Gu's formation spirit, had a pessimistic attitude towards this matter. Like it said, the Gu formation started to collapse, and the entire bronze hull turned from solid to phantom. The wick floated up and landed on Han Li's shoulder. The true environment was revealed. This was a huge cave in the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall, and without the support of the immortal Gu formation, this man-made cave that had experienced the vicissitudes of life started to collapse. Han Li was left with no way to escape. In front of him, there was a green claw ghost winged lion that was the size of a small mountain. It was currently sleeping. If a Gu immortal followed Zhen Yuanzi's arrangements, they would be able to subdue it. Even if they could not subdue it, they could wake it up and not make things difficult for the successor. This was actually one of Zhen Yuanzi's tests. The green claw ghost winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the successor was outstanding enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost winged lion. But Han Li was not. Not only that, he might even be devoured by the green claw ghost winged lion. Sand and rocks continued to fall from above, crashing on the green claw ghost winged lion's body, waking it up. Han Li attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer moves were like light breezes on the green claw ghost winged lion's body. The green claw ghost winged lion suddenly charged forward and opened its mouth, swallowing Han Li into its stomach. Chapter 1422. An alluring red cloud was flying in the sky. Green Ghost Desert is ahead. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on the red cloud with her eyes closed. She was very relaxed. She had a curvaceous body. She was wearing a yellow and red muslin dance dress, revealing her snow-white belly, arms, and feet. On her wrists and ankles, there was a golden jade bracelet. On her fingers, there were many gemstones, blue, green, and red. They were all shining together. Her eyes were deep. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her eyes were slightly green. Even though they were half closed, they were filled with allure. A translucent red veil covered most of her face. Her tall nose bridge and red lips were faintly discernible under the veil, causing anyone who saw her to have the urge to investigate further. Dancer Hong Yun was a rank 7 gu, immortal filled with allure. She was once a demoness who dominated Western Desert, but she offended a righteous path rank 8 great expert. At the crucial moment, 1,000 transformations ancestors saved her. Thus, Dancer Hong Yun became one of 1,000 transformations ancestors' concubines. Unfortunately, 1,000 transformations ancestor did not like her. Even though she was alluring, she could not compare to Fairy Chui Bo in 1,000 transformations ancestor's heart. Intense winds blew past her ears. The red cloud was soft like cotton, but also elastic. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on it like she was lying on a bed. It was very comfortable. This was Dancer Hong Yun's signature method, immortal killer move, dancing red cloud. Even though she did not have a good relationship with Fairy Chui Bo, they even fought fiercely for favor. Now that Fairy Chui Bo was in danger, Dancer Hong Yun immediately used her fastest speed to save her. Of course, she was unwilling, but at this time, she still had the will of the 1,000 transformations ancestor on her. This will was to help Dancer Hong Yun, but also to monitor her. As long as this will existed, Dancer Hong Yun had to use all her strength to save Fairy Chui Bo. The red cloud flew rapidly, flying to the edge of green ghost desert. Soon, the weather changed. Dark clouds began to appear one after another. After officially entering the green ghost desert, the dark clouds gathered together and became even denser, truly covering the sky and the sun. In an ordinary desert, the sun was scorching hot, and there was almost nowhere to hide. But in Green Ghost Desert, it practically didn't receive a single strand of sunlight all year round, and it was an expanse of dusky and gray. There were a lot of trees in this desert. The ghost weeping tree was one of the most numerous. This kind of ghost wailing tree was very twisted and full of potholes. There were even natural holes. The deep tree bark patterns were like wailing and weeping human faces. Every time the wind blew past the ghost weeping tree would gently shake and let out a mournful shriek or an eerie and terrifying howl. Even in the daytime, this place was cold and gloomy, and soul beasts ran amok. At night, the cold wind was bone-chilling, and tens of thousands of ghosts were everywhere. Dancer Hong Yun rode on her red cloud and traveled under the dark clouds. She felt depressed. Her posture was no longer as leisurely as before. Instead, she sat cross-legged with her eyes wide open, constantly on guard. The Green Ghost Desert was a famous, dangerous place in the Western Desert. Its origin was related to a demon lord in history. That was the famous spectral soul demon, Venerable. Before spectral soul demon, Venerable became venerable, he fought with a super clan here. He slaughtered all of the Gu immortals of the Woodpath clan, which was once the overlord of Western Desert. The traces of the great battle were engraved in this place, transforming it into the Green Ghost Desert. This place seemed to be filled with the anger and hatred of the losers, as well as their dissatisfaction and sadness towards their tragic fate. This was an ominous place. Here, a vast number of soul beasts lived and multiplied. Immemorial soul beasts were not rare either. In the last 100,000 years, many Western Desert Gu immortals died here. Dancer Hong Yun had the guts to enter this place, not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or her own battle strength, but because she had 1,000 transformations ancestors' will and a rank 8 immortal Gu. In addition, her entire route had only cut through a corner of the Green Ghost Desert, and she did not go deep into its true hinterland. Thus, she chose to move forward like this. The red cloud flew straight ahead, tearing through the dark sky. It was very obvious. Howl, like the howl of a wolf. A soul beast the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared from the dark clouds above Dancer Hong Yun's head. This was an ancient soul beast. It treated Dancer Hong Yun as its prey. It opened its mouth and pounced at her. Dancer Hong Yun's pupils shrunk. She gritted her teeth and was about to attack. At this time, Thousand Transformations will said, "Let me do it. Hong Yun, just move forward." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly did as she was told. Dancer Hong Yun did not stop at all. She did not even change her direction. She continued to fly forward. The rank 8 immortal goo activated. A strange ripple struck the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth. Its huge body had already engulfed Dancer Hong Yun, but at the crucial moment, its movement stopped strangely. Then its head suddenly exploded, and a monkey jumped out from it. Its claws turned into willow branches. Its fur turned into grass. From its flesh, countless tiny crocodiles with sharp mouths came out. In an instant, the ancient soul beast completely disintegrated, turning into countless miscellaneous things. Next, these things fell from the sky like a storm. So powerful. Is this the power of a rank 8 immortal goo mutation? Looking back, Dancer Hong Yun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast was like slaughtering a chick. It was extremely easy. Dancer Hong Yun was clear that if she fought, she would need at least 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she would have a good opportunity to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the other ancient soul beasts near its territory became restless. They emerged from the dark clouds. Thousand Transformations will snorted coldly. It stopped concealing itself, releasing the aura of a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing this aura, many ancient soul beasts concealed themselves again. They went into the dark clouds. They did not want to provoke this powerful person. Of course, a portion of ancient soul beasts still wanted to find trouble with Dancer Hong Yun. They were not intimidated. After all, this was not the aura of a rank 8 goo immortal. It was only a rank 8 immortal goo. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence, but after killing all the invading ancient soul beasts, Dancer Hong Yun felt more relaxed. After seeing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts retreated in fear. After all, these wild soul beasts had survival instincts, but when they felt an intense threat to their lives, they retreated. Roar. As Dancer Hong Yun calmed down, a loud roar of a beast echoed in her ears like a clap of thunder. A huge lion flapped the grayish-white ghost wings on its back and pounced towards her ferociously. Chapter 14:23. Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. This lion was as large as a small mountain. Furthermore, it lived by devouring souls. Right now, such immemorial desolate beasts were very rare. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, there were many of these lions. In fact, the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion had once given the young Spectral Soul a lot of trouble. After all, this immemorial desolate beast countered Soul Path. Before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he mainly used Soul Path methods. But in the end, Spectral Soul won. Not only did he kill the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion, he even dug out the innate abilities of the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. After that, Spectral Soul had rank 8 cultivation level and even hunted Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lions. He created the soul-devouring technique that shocked the world. The Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion was famous. When it appeared in front of Dancer Hong Yun, she was shocked. But at the crucial moment, Thousand Transformations ancestors will reminded her calmly, "Don't be afraid. This lion's ghost wings are not outstanding. They are even very weak. This means that it is not in good condition. We can fight it." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and calmed down. She looked carefully. Indeed, this Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion's ghost wings were very thin. They did not match the size of the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. Dancer Hong Yun could not help but feel ashamed. She thought, husband's will only has one rank 8 immortal goo and a large amount of immortal essence. He does not have any investigative immortal methods, but he can see through the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion situation. My methods are comprehensive, but I was intimidated. This is not right. She calmed herself down. She controlled dancer Hong Yun and flew away from the green claw ghost winged lion. Soon, she was far away from the green claw ghost winged lion. Hee hee, there is something wrong with this green claw ghost winged lion after all. If it had 30% of its strength, your dancer Hong Yun would not have been able to escape. 1,000 transformations will laughed out loud and appeared. It temporarily separated itself from dancer Hong Yun and stood beside her. 1,000 transformations Will's immortal essence entered that rank 8 immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura became extremely dense. A strange ripple suddenly shot out and hit the green-clawed ghost winged lion that was pouncing over. In the next moment, the green-clawed ghost winged lion howled in pain. Its tail suddenly transformed into a poisonous python. The poisonous python's body was thick and long. It wrapped around the green-clawed ghost winged lion's body in an instant. Its poisonous teeth bit into the green-clawed ghost winged lion's face. The green-clawed ghost winged lion hurriedly swung its huge greenish-black claws at the poisonous python's body and head. The venomous python was very resilient, and it was actually able to temporarily enter a stalemate with the green-clawed ghost winged lion. For a moment, the green-clawed ghost winged lion flapped its wings and flipped in the air, fighting with the poisonous python. Dancer Hong Yun sat on a red cloud and rose into the sky, watching the battle with a cautious gaze. 1,000 transformations Will stood in front of her, using that mysterious rank 8 immortal goo on the green claw ghost winged lion. A strange ripple flashed, and the thick mane on the green-clawed ghost winged lion's face quickly turned into saplings. This was the sapling of the wailing ghost tree. The roots of the wailing ghost tree started to grow into the green-clawed ghost winged lion's flesh, absorbing its nutrients. The green-clawed ghost winged lion howled in pain. It went berserk and smashed the sapling on its face, as well as the poisonous python's head. Even though the poisonous python's body was still coiled around the green-clawed ghost winged lion, it had no strength left. It was dead. The green-clawed ghost winged lion was in a terrible state. Its injuries were severe. This is 1,000 transformations, husband's signature immortal goo, mutation. It can mutate all living beings. The green-clawed ghost winged lion's mane and tail turned into trees and poisonous pythons. The green-clawed ghost winged lion killed them. It was actually fighting itself, because these three come from the same source. Dancer Hong Yun watched the battle. Her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding of mutation immortal goo, seeing this amazing battle result, her heart was still shaken. 1,000 transformations Will shook its head. As expected, there is something wrong with this green-clawed ghost winged lion. It has old injuries in its body. It only has peak ancient level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. There should be no shortage of food in this green ghost desert. Even though it was suspicious, 1,000 transformations Will did not stop. Rank 8 immortal goo mutation was activated again. This time, the green-clawed ghost winged lion's right eye changed. Its entire eyeball had turned into a poisonous wasp. The poisonous bee did not fly out. It stabbed its steel stinger into the green-clawed ghost winged lion's eye socket before stabbing into its brain. Roar! The green-clawed ghost winged lion let out an unprecedented roar. Its roar created a huge sound wave that caused the dark clouds above its head to disperse. However, its torment was not over yet. Soon, under the power of rank 8 immortal goo mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly, turning into ancient desolate grass. The green-clawed ghost winged lion flapped its wings furiously, diving down, trying to escape. Dancer Hong Yun chased after it, with 1,000 transformations ancestors Will beside her. In the end, The green-clawed ghost-winged lion crashed into the desert with a loud sound. A huge cloud of sand was created. When the dust settled, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion was lying on the ground. Motionless, it was completely dead. Go clean up the battlefield. 1,000 transformations will instructed, entering Dancer Hong Yun's body with the immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun's eyes shined. She almost pounced at the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's corpse. I'm rich. This is an immemorial desolate beast corpse. It is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in jewel yellow skies. It can be used to refine rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun started to dissect the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was an expert among rank 7s, she could not dissect an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. After a lot of effort, Dancer Hong Yun only managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mutated body cannot be used anymore. It has lost its value. After dissecting the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach, Dancer Hong Yun found Han Li. Han Li had fainted, but he still had a trace of life force. Why is there a mortal goo master here? Dancer Hong Yun found it strange. She smiled. Should I say you are unlucky or lucky? The immemorial desolate beast you encountered was a green-clawed ghost-winged lion that devours souls. That is why your mortal body was able to survive in the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach. If it were an immemorial desolate beast that devours living beings, you would have turned into meat paste already. Dancer Hong Yun stretched out her hand, using a soul search method on Han Li. No matter what, a mortal goo master appearing here was very sudden. Dancer Hong Yun was curious. She wanted to know about Han Li's experiences. This guy, is he called Han Li? Even though he has no background, his luck is quite good. This is Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Chapter 1424. Dancer Hong Yun mainly cultivated Cloud Path, but ever since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, soul-searching methods were easy to learn. Every goo immortal had them. At this moment, she searched Han Li's soul and learned about his cultivation process. Naturally, Han Li's experiences in the goo formation were exposed as well. Interesting. Dancer Hong Yun grabbed Han Li and fled into the desert. Soon, they arrived at the underground cave. The underground cave was almost completely destroyed, but Dancer Hong Yun found a small goo formation at a corner. She came to the goo formation. A small passageway was opened. The formation spirit spoke from inside. Master! The formation spirit was calling for Han Li. What a powerful formation spirit! The goo formation had already collapsed, but it could be reassembled. This is likely the work of this formation spirit. Dancer Hong Yun's heart shook. This way, Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is probably preserved. This immortal opportunity is mine. Dancer Hong Yun laughed excitedly. A glint flashed from the depths of her eyes, and she said to Han Li, "Little fellow, I've saved your life. In return for saving your life, you must offer the entirety of this true inheritance to me." Han Li opened his eyes. Okay. Did you hear that? Formation spirit, your master has already given you to me. Dancer Hong Yun turned around and said to the spirit, "This." The formation spirit hesitated. What? You want to disobey your master's orders? Dancer Hong Yun frowned slightly. The formation spirit was silent. Dancer Hong Yun smiled coldly. Formation spirit, your original master was Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi set up his true inheritance. Now that Han Li has reached the standard and is your new master, are you going to go back on your words? Of course not, the formation spirit said, without hesitation. Then will you listen to your new master, Han Li? Dancer Hong Yun asked again. Yes, the formation spirit answered without hesitation. In that case, Han Li wants to give you to me to repay me for saving your life. Are you going to go back on your words? Dancer Hong Yun pressed on. The formation spirit was silent for a while. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he let out a long sigh. We will not deny it. You will be our new master. Ha ha ha, that's it. Submit to me, don't resist. As she spoke, Dancer Hong Yun infused her immortal energy into it. The formation spirit did not resist and obediently allowed itself to be refined by the immortal essence. It was the core of this Gu formation. It could control the Gu formation in place of the Gu immortal as long as there was enough immortal essence. The formation spirit joined Dancer Hong Yun. The other Gu worms followed suit. Soon, the immortal Gu formation had a new owner. Dancer Hong Yun obtained several immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. She even obtained Jin Yuan Zi's complete formation path true inheritance from the formation spirit. The immortal formation was completely opened, completely defenseless against Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun chortled with glee, but she wasn't in a hurry to accept the items. Instead, she turned to Han Li and waved a sleeve. Pooh! With a soft sound, Han Li turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was completely dead. Even his soul was destroyed. It turned out that Han Li had not truly awakened. Dancer Hong Yun had used an immortal method to secretly send her will in and manipulate Han Li, making him agree to give her the true inheritance. It was very difficult to snatch the immortal Gu, but Han Li was immortal, while Dancer Hong Yun was a Gu immortal. Mortals and immortals were different. The difference in strength was huge. Dancer Hong Yun used her strength to suppress Han Li. He could not retaliate at all. Of course, if a mortal had an immortal Gu, it would not be so easy for the Gu immortal to snatch the mortal's immortal Gu. If they were not careful, they would die together. The immortal Gu would be destroyed along with the mortal. The Gu immortal's efforts would be in vain. Dancer Hong Yun's situation was rather special. Even though Han Li passed the test and became the inheritor of the true inheritance because of the green claw ghost-winged lion's interference, he could not refine the formation spirit or the other Gu worms. Thus, these Gu worms that Jin Yuan Zi left behind still contained Jin Yuan Zi's will. This was a loophole that Dancer Hong Yun took advantage of. The other special thing was the formation spirit. Formation spirit immortal Gu was created by Jin Yuan Zi. He imitated the land spirit and heavenly spirit, arranging a formation spirit for each Gu formation to help the Gu immortal control the Gu formation. Formation spirit immortal Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm. After one use, the immortal Gu would vanish and turn into a formation spirit. From now on, if the Gu immortal wanted to use formation spirit immortal Gu again, they would need to refine a new one. The formation spirit had a certain level of intelligence, similar to the land spirit and heavenly spirit. It could not lie. It was simple. This gave Dancer Hong Yun an opportunity to deceive, and negotiate with her. If there were no formation spirits and only a bunch of Gu worms, they would not be able to talk to Dancer Hong Yun. They would not be convinced. All in all, Dancer Hong Yun unexpectedly inherited this Jin Yuan Zi's formation path true inheritance. Jin Yuan Zi is a Gu immortal of a super force, Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member, he did not leave his true inheritance to the clan. He set it up here instead. 1,000 transformations will sighed. It seems that the rumors of Jin Yuan Zi being ostracized by the Gu immortals of the other clans were not groundless after all. It is all thanks to you, husband, that we were able to find this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hong Yun smiled. After we save Chui Bo and return to Myriad Statue Desert, show this true inheritance to my main body. Don't worry, you will benefit greatly. 1,000 transformations, ancestors, will said plainly. Dancer Hong Yun's heart was bleeding. She knew that if she contributed this true inheritance, The essence of it would be devoured by Thousand Transformations' ancestor. It would be hard to say how much would end up in her hands, but she had to contribute it. During the entire process, Thousand Transformations' will was attached to her, observing everything. Dancer Hong Yun had great strength, but against a rank 8 existence, she could not resist. But speaking of which, if I were alone, I would not have taken the risk to come here. Being able to encounter Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is all thanks to husband's will. With that thought, Dancer Hong Yun calmed down a lot. She inspected her gains. She had 3 immortal goo, 2 of them were formation path immortal goo. Even though there were not many, they were all rank 7, and the formation spirit could be considered half an immortal goo. If not for this goo formation collapsing once, Dancer Hong Yun's gains would be even greater. Chapter 1425. Master, you cannot dismantle the entire goo formation. Once this goo formation is destroyed, I will die as well. At this moment, the formation spirit spoke, reminding Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun nodded. This formation spirit was indeed very useful. Earlier, when the goo formation collapsed, there was no one controlling it. Under normal circumstances, it would have completely disintegrated. But because of the formation spirit, a portion of the goo formation was put together, forming a small, incomplete formation that managed to survive until the end. Like how a land spirit could repair a blessed land with a hole, the formation spirit had the same use. Dancer Hong Yun would not give up on such an excellent formation spirit. The formation spirit continued. Thankfully, there is still a formation flag goo in the goo formation. Master, you can use formation flag goo to store the entire goo formation into formation flag goo before placing it in your immortal aperture. Back then, since goo immortal Zhen Yuanzi created formation spirit immortal goo, he naturally understood its limitations. He refined formation flag goo as a support. Earlier, when the goo formation collapsed, the formation spirit first protected formation flag immortal goo. Thus, Dancer Hong Yun only needed to learn how to use it now. Several days later, at night, there were stars in the sky. The air was cold. The breath turned into fog. Western desert, on a very ordinary sand dune, the light on Fang Yuan's body dissipated gradually. Eventually, his aura vanished completely. The light turned into specks of fireflies. After struggling for a while, they were buried by the night sky. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, slowly opening his eyes. I wonder what the effect of this immortal killer move, fixed luck, is. Over the last few days, when Fang Yuan was escaping, he would use this immortal killer move from time to time. Fixed luck came from Ma Hong Yun. Fang Yuan found the killer move fixed luck from Ma Hong Yun's soul. That was to say, fixed luck came from one of Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritances. All living beings' luck. Fixed luck was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Its effect was to make his luck unshakable and not easily affected. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried about the drawbacks of connect luck. After all, when he had connected the fortunes of Han Li, Hong Yi Yifan, and the others, it was all for their own good fortune. However, that was then, and this was now. After Fang Yuan obtained luck, his luck was superior to that of Han Li and the others. This meant that Fang Yuan had to share a portion of his good luck with Han Li and the others. This was undoubtedly detrimental to his interests. This was especially so when he used burning soul bursting luck. His providence skyrocketed, making it impossible for Fang Yuan to enjoy all the benefits. A portion of the benefits were shared by everyone who had their luck connected. In the past, Fang Yuan didn't have a way, but after he killed Ma Hong Yun, he had a way. Fixed luck was the killer move. The core of this killer move was originally stubborn immortal goo, rule path immortal goo main. But after some modifications, Fang Yuan replaced these two cores, using precaution immortal goo and rule path immortal goo big. He had obtained precaution immortal goo long ago. As for big immortal goo, it was obtained from Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto's true body was a mini-man goo immortal. After using big immortal goo, his body grew larger, and he turned into a human goo immortal. However, Fang Yuan's luck path attainment level was not at Grandmaster level. The modification of this killer move could only be considered half successful. This killer move still had many flaws when activating it. Even if Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, there was a chance of failure. That was to say, this fixed luck killer move was not always effective. Fang Yuan knew that there was a flaw in this, but because his attainment level was not high, he could not find out anything, nor could he modify it. In the past, Fang Yuan had been thinking about breaking luck immortal goo, even though he did not have it now. With fixed luck, he could protect his own interests. Fang Yuan could not personally witness the effect of fixed luck. He did not know what the effect was. But according to the contents of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew when two people had a close relationship, their luck would be linked together. If two people were on the same side, their luck would be the same. They would be bound together for good or ill. Or it could be said that they would share blessings and hardships together. However, after Giant Sun Immortal's research, he found that even though their luck was the same, there was a subtle profundity in it. Even though they would share blessings and hardships together, but there would always be people who would enjoy more blessings and suffer less hardships. Why was that? Giant Sun Immortal found that the person with stronger luck would enjoy more benefits, while the person with weaker luck would face more hardships. In fact, when they obtained benefits, they would even bring huge benefits to the other person. Giant Sun Immortal called this relationship main luck and sub-luck, and created the corresponding luck path immortal goo. However, Fang Yuan did not have main luck immortal goo or sub-luck immortal goo. Even if he did not have them, Fang Yuan could use his own luck to create a difference between himself and the others, to prove that he was the main luck immortal goo. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan put aside his thoughts on fixed luck and instead focused on modifying self-cleansing. In terms of formation path, Fang Yuan was much more confident. After all, his formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Because of this advantage, his progress in this aspect was also very fast. Right now, the entire killer move self-cleansing was converted into a goo formation. He was only a few steps away from success. Success was in sight, but Fang Yuan was troubled by the fact that he lacked the crucial formation path immortal goo. He could borrow Lang Yisek's formation plate immortal goo, but this immortal goo was only rank 6. Meanwhile, the entire self-cleansing immortal formation was rank 7. Using a rank 6 formation plate goo to set up a rank 7 immortal formation had a high chance of failure. There was another obstacle. The formation plate goo recorded the sub and mother teleportation formation. If Fang Yuan wanted to use it to set up the self-cleansing immortal formation, he would have to erase the contents of the sub and mother teleportation formation. Then, he would personally set up the formation plate goo, and after setting up the self-cleansing immortal formation, the formation plate goo would have the ability to set up the self-cleansing immortal formation. Thus, this was troublesome. Fang Yuan had already discussed with the land spirit of Langya, but the sub and mother teleportation formation was very important to the land spirit of Langya and to the entire Langya sect. It concerned the development of the entire sect. In Langya sect, there were no formation path goo immortals. They relied on this formation plate immortal goo to set up the teleportation formation. Fang Yuan was going to erase the original contents of the formation plate immortal goo and replace it with new ones. This meant that Langya sect would lose the ability to set up the sub and mother teleportation formation. This was something that the land spirit of Langya could not accept. They did not have information path abilities. They could not extract the contents of the formation plate immortal goo. Just by looking at the process of the formation plate Immortal Gu setting up the Immortal Gu formation, they could not understand the profundity of the entire Immortal formation because there were many hidden details, like the Immortal Essence infusion, the coordination of various Gu worms behind the scenes, and so on. Feng Yuan could only promise the land spirit of Langya that as a formation path grandmaster, he could help them recreate the sub and mother teleportation formation. Chapter 14:26. Feng Yuan was helpless. He could not force the land spirit of Langya to do anything. Right now, he was stuck here. Even if he wanted to deduce the immortal formation self-cleansing, he could not do so without the crucial Immortal Gu. Most importantly, I need to borrow Langya's sex strength to refine Gu. Feng Yuan had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He lacked many Immortal Gu. He had a lot of plans for Gu refinement in the future. If the land spirit of Langya still rejected Feng Yuan after thinking for a long time, what should he do? Feng Yuan had already thought of this problem. He had always thought of failure before thinking of victory. If the land spirit of Langya does not agree to lend me formation disc Immortal Gu, I will have to borrow someone else's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had many Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to enter the immortal apertures of other Shadow Sect Gu immortals. Unless they placed their apertures and formed blessed lands with a stable foundation, there would be a possibility. After Feng Yuan entered someone else's immortal aperture, he could use time path methods to expand the tributary of the river of time, causing the speed of time to rise. This way, one day in the outside world could be 10 days to half a month inside the tributary of the river of time. Using this time, he could gain a lot of precious time. Next, he could set up an immortal Gu formation self-cleansing in the blessed land, letting Feng Yuan stay inside, and remove the Dao marks that were harmful to him. This was a plan that Feng Yuan would only use when he had no other choice, because it had a huge disadvantage. After placing the aperture, the location would be fixed. It would be dangerous for Feng Joga and the rest to chase after him. Did Feng Joga have any methods to enter blessed lands? Very likely. Even if Feng Joga did not have them, he had Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court behind him. They would not allow him to have such a shortcoming. There was another important point. Once the time path method was used, the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture would change. Therefore, this change could not be modified in a short period of time. For example, if Feng Yuan made He Lolan's immortal aperture's time flow increase, he would not be able to repair the tributary of the river of time for at least the next few months. In He Fan's time path true inheritance, be it days as years, years as months, or other killer moves, as long as they slowed or accelerated the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture, they would have this drawback, because these killer moves could only be used once and were effective for a long time. Within a certain period of time, continuously affecting the tributary of the river of time would cause the time path Dao marks to become chaotic, and the tributary of the river of time would experience a disaster. Feng Yuan already knew the duration of each Gu immortal's calamity and tribulation. He calculated and found that if he used this method, someone would have to face the test of the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. That would be difficult. One had to know that Providence had always been thinking of ways to kill Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan chose someone else's immortal aperture, Providence knew everything. No matter who it was, they had a close relationship with Feng Yuan. During the tribulation, Providence would definitely erupt with extreme power to kill the Gu immortal undergoing the tribulation. Feng Yuan and the rest could work together to pass the calamity and tribulation. But don't forget about the Celestial Court's pursuers. After calculating the time and speed, the method of placing the formation in the aperture could not help Feng Yuan get rid of the investigative killer move in one go. That way, Feng Yuan would definitely face a calamity and tribulation during this period. He might even be attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. This was too risky. The risk was too high. If Fang Yuan used his sovereign immortal aperture, it would be even more dangerous. Fang Yuan had another worry. Last time, only Feng Jioge came. Who knows how many Celestial Court Gu Immortals will come next time? Thus, Fang Yuan had been moving around during this period of time. He did not give Celestial Court's Gu Immortals any chance to surround him. Western Desert was so huge. Celestial Court was fighting in a foreign region. Fang Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel. It was not easy to find a chance to kill Fang Yuan. At the appointed time, several figures flew over from the sky. They were by Ning Bing, He Lulan, and the rest. Normally, when Fang Yuan was cultivating or deducing, they would spread out to defend and investigate for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, when will your immortal Gu formation be completed? How long are you going to keep escaping like this? This time, Bai Ningbing flew down, asking impatiently with a frown. Fang Yuan did not need to look around. He could feel that the other Gu Immortals were looking at him because of this question. Wait a while more. Fang Yuan said plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. She was the most impatient one among them. These days of escaping were not exciting at all. She felt extremely bored. Can't you set up that immortal Gu formation? Set up another one and lure the Celestial Court's pursuers over. We can surround and kill them. Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. You think this immortal Gu formation is so easy to set up, you need a tributary of the River of Time. The immortal Gu formation that trapped Feng Jioge came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan's original intention in designing this formation was to defend against immemorial year beasts, because using year's flow, like water immortal Gu, could attract immemorial year beasts and invade the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. Thus, He Fan's immortal Gu formation was set up on the tributary of the River of Time. Once an immemorial year beast invades, and the Gu Immortal is busy, they can detonate this immortal Gu formation and destroy the entire tributary of the River of Time, preventing the immemorial year beasts from invading the immortal aperture. Of course, this method was only used as a last resort at the very last moment. Once the tributary of the River of Time is destroyed, the entire immortal aperture world would stop moving. It would be very troublesome to draw in another tributary of the River of Time. An external tributary of the River of Time was needed. I feel the same way as you. The feeling of being chased is not good. However, I would rather store the hatred in my heart. When the time is right, I will counterattack and teach those pursuers a lesson. You have to look forward to the exciting future, right? Humph. Bai Ningbing did not speak. All right, let's move. This place is no longer safe. Fang Yuan said as Bai Ningbing and the rest's expressions changed. High up in the sky, a red cloud descended, carrying dancer Hong Yun. Her face was covered in a veil. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Yuan and the rest who were on the sand dune. Lady Cui, who are these people? Why are you mingling with them? Dancer Hong Yun was the first to speak up. The Lady Cui she was referring to was naturally Fairy Cui Bo. Hong Yun. Ing Wu Xie was surprised for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He asked, "Why are you here?" The red cloud's descent slowed down. Dancer Hong Yun started to inspect Fairy Cui Bo. Ing Wu Xie's situation was that his soul had possessed Fairy Cui Bo's body. This would often leave a flaw. After all, the soul would not be compatible with the new body. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, Dancer Hong Yun would be able to tell. But now, she was facing Ing Wu Xie. Who was Ing Wu Xie? He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul foundation was many times deeper than Fang Yuan's. Spectral Soul's path was soul path. Many of his split souls had different identities. They were spread all over the 5 regions, creating their own forces without any flaws. Ing Wu Xie naturally had a way to cover up the flaws in his possession. As expected, even after using some investigative methods, dancer Hong Yun could not find anything wrong with Fairy Chui Bo. Her expression softened. Something happened to you. Your life tablet goo and soul lantern goo were acting up. I came to help you. To think that you are in good condition. We were worried for nothing. Next, dancer Hong Yun asked again, "Who are they?" They look familiar. Dancer Hong Yun's gaze landed on Fang Yuan's face. Then, her expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Lu Guan Yi. Dancer Hong Yun was backed by Thousand Transformations ancestor. She had much more information than ordinary Gu immortals. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guan Yi's appearance was known to the world. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals would know about him. And Lu Guan Yi's appearance was the original appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. This time, dancer Hong Yun appeared very suddenly. Fang Yuan did not have time to change his appearance. "It is me. How should I address you?" Even though his identity was exposed, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke in a cold tone. Dancer Hong Yun didn't answer right away. Instead, she rode on her red cloud and moved back a bit. Facing Lu Guan Yi, she had a solemn expression. She felt some pressure in her heart. This was an existence that could fight rank 8. Not long ago, he was famous in the world. He fought with Feng Joga. Thankfully, I have husband's will and rank 8 immortal Gu with me. Otherwise, dancer Hong Yun rejoiced internally. Her eyes rolled as she said to Fairy Chui Bo, "Mistress Chui, husband and I missed you so much, but you are with a foreign Gu immortal, and even worse, you did not even reply to our letters." Dancer Hong Yun had her own intentions. She was trying to sow discord between Fairy Chui Bo and Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor doted on Fairy Chui Bo a lot. Dancer Hong Yun was jealous. She would not let go of this chance to make things difficult for Fairy Chui Bo. She said this to Ing Wuxia, but it was also directed at Thousand Transformations' will. Fang Yuan's gaze turned dark. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other. Dancer Hong Yun's words showed that she did not care about the great Lu Guan Yi at all. She definitely had something to rely on. It was not just her battle strength. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan understood this, while Ing Wuxia, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin did not think of this. "All right, tell me about your encounter, Lady Chui. I am very curious." At this time, Thousand Transformations ancestors will appeared from dancer Hong Yun's body. He had a trump card after all. Ing Wuxia's heart jumped. The crucial moment is here. Let's see how Ing Wuxia can get away with it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Bai Ningbing and the rest were nervous. Even though Ing Wuxia grew quickly, he was still young, his acting skills could not compare to Fang Yuan. It was difficult for him to not expose himself under Thousand Transformations ancestors' will. Chapter 14:27. That's about what happened. The wind gently blew across the sand dune. After Fairy Chui Bo explained, she slowly uttered the last word. In her narration, she wanted to find the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, but encountered Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals seemed to be familiar with her. They recognized her as Thousand Transformations ancestors' concubine. Even though Fairy Chui Bo mentioned Thousand Transformations ancestors' name, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were even more hostile. During the fight, Fairy Chui Bo was hit by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' killer move. Most of her Gu worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she encountered Lu Guan Yi and the rest. It turned out that the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were chasing after Lu Guan Yi and the rest. An enemy's enemy was a friend. Lu Guan Yi and the rest saved Fairy Chui Bo. After an intense battle, they temporarily escaped the Celestial Court's pursuit. But because they were hit by the Celestial Court's investigative killer move, they had been escaping for some time. Thus, They could not escape separately. They would be attacked separately by their enemies. Ing Wuxie described the entire story vividly, especially some details that made one feel as if they were there. In fact, ever since Fang Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Chui Bo and obtained a large amount of information about Thousand Transformations' ancestor from her soul, Fang Yuan and the rest had designed many countermeasures against all possible scenarios. Ing Wuxie's narration was half true and half false. Fang Yuan and the rest turned from enemies to benefactors, and Feng Zhouge also appeared in the narration. His description was the most realistic. There were very few edits. The story had no flaws because Fang Yuan and the rest had analyzed it countless times. The only flaw was that Fairy Chui Bo's immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed in the battle. This was too much of a coincidence. But there was no choice. If Thousand Transformations will asked Ing Wuxie to show his immortal goo, he would be in deep trouble. After all, Fairy Chui Bo's goo worms contained her will. Ing Wuxie could not use them. In fact, when Fairy Chui Bo was captured by Bai Ningbing, she self-detonated all her goo worms. Die without giving aid to the enemy, therefore. Fang Yuan and the others had no choice but to say this. Saying this would make up for an even bigger flaw. Dancer Hong Yun looked surprised. She looked at Fairy Chui Bo. She didn't expect Fairy Chui Bo to have experienced so many dangerous things. However, in reality, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the others were also very surprised, because Ing Wuxie's performance this time was simply too good. His acting was flawless, and naturally, it made people believe in him. Since when did Ing Wuxie have this kind of martial arts? He Lulan wondered. Only Fang Yuan was not surprised by Ing Wuxie's outstanding performance, because he had already lent attitude immortal goo to Ing Wuxie. With the help of such a rank 8 immortal goo, Ing Wuxie's performance was flawless, especially when his opponent was only a rank 7 goo immortal, and a rank 8 will. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, there might be some difficulty. But now, Ing Wuxie had to deceive these two. It was completely within his ability. The job is done, be it Dancer Hong Yun or Thousand Transformations will. They did not doubt Ing Wuxie's words. Fang Yuan saw this and said, Lord Thousand Transformations, Fairy Hong Yun, it is true that the celestial quartz goo immortals chased after us. But we saved Fairy Chui Bo. This is the truth, right? His tone was plain, and his face was expressionless. He acted like an expert with pride. Even when facing a rank 8 existence, he did not lose face. Fang Yuan did not have attitude immortal goo, but his acting skills were already very good. He was very familiar with this performance. He was the culprit who harmed Fairy Chui Bo, but now he was acting as her savior. He was so shameless, but Fang Yuan acted very naturally. Thousand Transformations will was silent. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, with Lu Guanyi's name, he could speak to Thousand Transformations will as equals. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, Fang Yuan might not have the qualifications to do so. But Thousand Transformations will and Thousand Transformations' ancestors' main body were two completely different concepts. After thinking for a while, Thousand Transformations will broke the silence and said, How do you want me to thank you? Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and extremely handsome. For a moment, even Dancer Hong Yun's eyes were fixed on him. I don't need a reward, but I have a suggestion. Fang Yuan said. What suggestion? Alliance. Fang Yuan said 2 words. Alliance. Thousand Transformations will was silent again. Fang Yuan continued to persuade at this time. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you inherited reckless, savage, demon venerable's true inheritance. You are a thorn in celestial quartz side. Celestial Court's attitude towards you can be seen from how they tried to kill Fairy Chui Bo. Because of the battle in Reverse Flow River, I was pursued by Celestial Court and escaped here. We have a common enemy, that is Celestial Court. We are helping each other. We are helping ourselves. Isn't that right? I have excellent time path methods in my hands. I can slow down the flow of time in Lord Thousand Transformations' immortal aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. Furthermore, I have the luck path true inheritance. Ma Hong Yun died in my hands. He had a portion of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance. I know all about it now. This is Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance. Husband, Dancer Hong Yun was moved by Fong Yuan's glib words. Lord Husband, I think we can form an alliance. Ing Wu Xie also spoke, trying to increase Thousand Transformations' Will's confidence. However, in the end, when Thousand Transformations Will spoke again, he said this: an alliance is possible, but the degree of cooperation needs to be done step by step. Lu Guanyi, you want to make use of me to deal with the Celestial Court Gu immortals around you. This is wishful thinking. How could I not know about it? Both of us can cooperate at a superficial level first before deepening it further. If the cooperation is good, I can help you resist the Celestial Court Gu immortals. If the cooperation is not satisfactory, and I see that you lack sincerity, I will naturally try to cooperate with you. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He could not be deceived so easily. He was old and experienced. Not only did he see through Fong Yuan and the rest's motives, he even used the Celestial Court's pressure to squeeze Fong Yuan and the rest out of them. Sincerity. Fong Yuan smiled. Sincerity is mutual. We saved Fairy Chui Bo. That is the greatest sincerity. What about your sincerity? Fong Yuan avoided the topic of Celestial Court Gu immortals chasing after them. He directly attacked Thousand Transformations' Will. Thousand Transformations Will thought about it. We can cooperate first, like making a transaction. I will try to satisfy your needs. Chapter 14:28. Transaction. Fong Yuan slightly raised his brows. He immediately understood Thousand Transformations' Will's intention. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance, and after all these years he had the foundation to transact with Fong Yuan, even if he had just undergone a tribulation and suffered huge losses. But precisely because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not want to fight. Once he agreed to the alliance with Fong Yuan, he would have to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not stupid. How could he be ordered around by Fong Yuan and the rest at this time? But Fong Yuan's offer was very tempting. Be it He Fan's true inheritance, the method to slow down time in the immortal aperture, or the luck path true inheritance, they were both rare methods that could alleviate calamities and tribulations. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had just suffered a huge loss from the Gu immortal tribulation. He had a huge need for these methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations Will felt that cooperating with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit was in the future, while Lu Guanyi and the rest were facing huge trouble now. Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not want to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at this crucial moment. His main body was heavily injured. Once he fought, his weakness would be exposed, and he would be in a weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to transact with Fong Yuan using a different method of cooperation. This way, he would help Fong Yuan and the rest. Not only would he be repaying Fong Yuan's favor of saving Fairy Chui Bo, he would also be forming good karma with Fong Yuan and the rest. The benefits of this were very obvious. Firstly, his wives and concubines were saved. He had to repay them. If he did not repay them, who would help Thousand Transformations' ancestors, friends, and family in the future? Secondly, By forming such a relationship with Fang Yuan and the rest, if he really relied on Fang Yuan in the future, he could use today's matter as an excuse. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all astute and scheming. Even if there was only 1,000 transformations we'll hear, he was still able to calculate his own benefits clearly. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment before nodding. All right, I need a formation path immortal Gu now. Do you have any? In fact, Fang Yuan didn't have much hope. However, Dancer Hong Yun was stunned. 1,000 transformations. Will smiled. What a coincidence. My main body has never cultivated the array Dao. However, on the way here, we happened to collect a Gu immortal true inheritance. It was left behind by a formation path predecessor. Oh, Red Cloud, take out your harvest and let Lu Guan Yi choose. The will of 1,000 transformations instructed. He was clear about the contents of Zhen Yuan Zi's array Dao true inheritance. Formation path, immortal Gu, were not of much use to the main body, but they were perfect for doing favors. Dancer Hong Yun naturally should not go against the will of 1,000 transformations. Although she was disappointed, she did not hesitate to take out the incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and put it on the sand dune. Fang Yuan and the others were surprised. This immortal formation could actually move the entire thing out. This situation was extremely rare, because this was the embryonic form of an immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were the highest essence of formation path. They were immortal killer moves and mobile immortal Gu formations. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Seeing this, he had a feeling that something good was going to happen. As expected, from Dancer Hong Yun's description, Fang Yuan learned that this incomplete immortal formation actually had formation flag immortal Gu, rank 7 immortal Gu formation flag. Wasn't this one of the immortal Gu Fang Yuan needed urgently? Amazing! With this Gu, I don't need to negotiate with the land spirit of Langya. I don't need formation plate immortal Gu. The self-cleansing immortal Gu formation is very convenient to use in time. I will be able to get rid of all the investigative killer moves on me. At this moment, Fang Yuan saw the light of hope, but on the surface, he was still very calm. He only showed a trace of joy. He looked at 1,000 transformations, saying, "This incomplete immortal formation is really good. To speak the truth, I need such a Gu formation to defend against the pursuit of celestial quartz Gu immortals and provide a safe environment to rest in. I am willing to pay a large amount of immortal materials to exchange for this incomplete immortal formation." What? Dancer Hong Yun's expression changed. Lu Guanyi actually has such a huge appetite. He wants to take the entire immortal Gu formation. Next, Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a list of immortal materials for 1,000 transformations ancestor to look at. Lord 1,000 transformations. The immortal materials on my list are too few, but I have no choice. I can only take out so many, and I really need this incomplete immortal formation. If this transaction is successful, I will remember this friendship and will not dare to forget it. If you face any difficulties in the future, I will do my best to help you. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Dancer Hong Yun also looked at the list. She was about to explode from anger. She looked at Fang Yuan with clear hostility. She was very unhappy internally. This Lu Guan is really shameless. He actually dares to say such shameless words. However, after the will of 1,000 transformations thought for a moment, it straightforwardly agreed. All right, I will take the immortal materials. You can have this incomplete Gu formation. We don't owe each other anything. You saved Fairy Tsuebua, so I'll make a deal with you. This is fate. Pausing for a moment, 1,000 transformations will continued. Lu Guan, even though you are a junior, I have heard of your name. You will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Let us form a good relationship. This is my information path, Goo Worm. If you have any transactions in the future, you can contact me directly. Goodbye. Lord Thousand Transformations' magnanimity is truly admirable. This is my information path, Goo Worm. Please accept it, Lord Thousand Transformations. Fang Yuan changed his tone. Not only did he use the honorific title, his expression became more sincere as he handed over his information path, Goo Worm. Concubine Chui, let's go. Thousand Transformations, Will said. Ing Wuxie looked at Fang Yuan deeply before smiling at the others. Thank you for taking care of me these last few days. See you again. Both sides said goodbye. Fairy Chui Bo rode on Dancing Red Cloud. Soon, they were far away. Only when Dancer Hong Yun and the rest left Fang Yuan's vision did he retract his gaze, intense battle intent surging in his eyes. Ing Wuxie has already sent the information back. They are going back the same way. Their destination is Myriad Statue Desert. Come, let's carry out the plan. Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit went into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Only He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin were left behind. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. A dazzling light flashed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and the rest appeared in Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit assisted him. He Lulan patrolled the surroundings, preventing wild soul beasts from causing trouble. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she left Fang Yuan and the rest's vision. She was going to find Dancer Hong Yun and the rest. Dancer Hong Yun was going back the same way. Fang Yuan and the rest used omnidirectional travel. They were already ahead of them. An immortal goo formation that originated from Zishan Makoto's inheritance was quickly set up. Fang Yuan's movements were familiar, while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit cooperated well with Fang Yuan. They had already practiced this immortal goo formation many times. Ing Wuxie could not be given up, not only because she had powerful battle strength and could use the powerful killer move Lead Soul into Dream, it was also because of Sixth Hair. If Ing Wuxie died, Sixth Hair might not cooperate so closely with Fang Yuan. He might even think that Fang Yuan was the one who harmed Ing Wuxie. He might disregard his own safety and do something crazy like dying together with him. Fang Yuan, however, needed Sixth Hair and the rest to refine goo for him. There was another point. That was the human heart. Fang Yuan could give up on Ing Wuxie today. He would definitely give up on Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and the rest in the future. These goo immortals might not show any abnormalities on the surface, but they would definitely have misgivings and suspicions in their hearts. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were not like He Lulan. Fang Yuan did not have a high degree of control over them. He would use omnidirectional travel to ambush Thousand Transformations, Will, and Dancer Hong Yun, luring them into the immortal formation and exterminating them. This was the battle plan. Of course, this plan was based on Ing Wuxie successfully gaining Thousand Transformations' ancestors' trust. Other than this plan, Fang Yuan and the rest thought of many other plans to deal with all sorts of situations. The more prepared they were, the higher their chances of victory. Be it Fang Yuan, He Lulan, or Ing Wuxie, they would not fight unprepared battles. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to set up 60% of this immortal formation, Bai Ningbing sent a message. No need to set it up. Ing Wuxie has succeeded. Fang Yuan and the rest stopped setting up the formation and rushed to Bai Ningbing's side. Over there, in the sky, they saw a dream realm floating in the air. Ha ha! Ing Wuxie did well this time. Bai Ningbing laughed. He took down Thousand Transformations' Will and the rank 7 goo immortal Dancer Hong Yun without any bloodshed. Amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan also smiled. This was a scheme. It had been planned and prepared beforehand, regardless of who was on Thousand Transformations' ancestors' side. As long as they gained their trust, they could plot against them. A plot method was not lead soul into dream. This killer move's aura could not be concealed. Once it was activated, it would be discovered immediately. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were the best plotting tools. Back then, Fang Yuan used this immortal body to force southern borders, Clan's immortal goo house, to escape. One move to dominate the entire world. Even the rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower did not dare to enter the dream realm. While everyone was researching Dream Path and was still in the initial stages, using Dream Path to deal with others could be said to be extremely successful. Because this was standing at the forefront of an era, it had a huge advantage. Even 1,000 transformations ancestor would fall for it. Not to mention this time, it was only his will that came. Rewind time to about 2 hours ago. On Dancing Red Cloud, Fairy Chui Bo suddenly laughed. It seems that concubine Chui obtained some benefits. Otherwise, she would not be laughing so happily. 1,000 transformations, Will said. Lord Husband understands me best. Even though I lost my immortal goo this time, my gains were huge. Lord Husband, Hongyun, look at this. Ing Wuxia took out a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This is Dream Path. 1,000 transformations, Will was shocked. Concubine Chui, where did you get this from? That celestial court chased after Lu Guan, Yi, and the rest. Their main objective was this immortal body. I got it by chance. Lu Guan, Yi, and the rest were kept in the dark. Ing Wuxia then acted coquettishly. Lord Husband, I made such a huge contribution. How are you going to reward me? Dancer Hong, Yun cursed internally. Slut. 1,000 transformations, Will laughed. I should reward you properly. Boom. At the next moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated. Dancer Hong Yun and the rest were instantly swallowed by the dream realm. They did not fly out again.